He was Chicago's first settler. He was Chicago's first city administrator. He was Chicago's first business entrepreneur. He was the first real estate developer. And he was a proponent of multiculturalism.
His most important contribution was really learning to peacefully coexist with the indigenous tribes, marrying into the Potawatomi, a woman named Kitiwaha, who was married into the Catholic faith and became known as Catherine.
While other settlers, they had come before him, you know, they looked it over and said, no, this is not a place to settle, it's not a place to live. But for him, it was the perfect location, strategically located, good for economics, good for his settlement, and then DuSable went there.
He really, in a lot of ways, was the first non-indigenous person to see the economic potential of Chicago.
Politics was not something that he was much interested in, so he kept that neutrality.
He's actually arrested by the British for being thought of as an American patriot sympathizer. However, he's able to successfully beat the charges, as it were, and be successful and prosper, negotiating all of these various communities and identities that existed.
At this moment, we'd ask that everyone takes their seats. Our program is going to begin shortly. Okay? All right.
We are at the University of Illinois at Chicago, in the beautiful city of Chicago. And the DuSable Heritage Association annual gala is about to start. So we're inviting all of you to please share the broadcast, share the live stream. This is an honorable cause. We're going to hear from very prominent speakers, guest speakers, and of course the gala has some beautiful guests here already sitting and waiting for the event to start. We shall start in a few. Everybody sit back, share the live stream, and we'll be with you. Tele is broadcasting live from Chicago. Nous dans l'université de Illinois dans Chicago, côté que gagne un gala annuel, un gala qui est habitué fait chaque année, qui pourrait déraper là. N'a pas invité tout le monde, mettez relax, sit back and get ready to watch a beautiful show. It's a gala dinner, son habitude qui gagne dans la ville de Chicago pour au nom de gros garçon ça, Jean-Baptiste Point du Sable. Quand il nous qui pas connaît qui est monsieur ça est, do you know who he is? We're going to learn about Jean-Baptiste Point du Sable tonight in this gala. Throughout the gala, we're going to talk about this icon in the city of Chicago, founder of Chicago. That's the first thing you'll find when you're looking and we Google his name. But we are still asking you to be patient, and the guests are here. They're arriving. More guests are arriving. We're actually going to go around and show you who's at the tables. Many beautiful people sitting already at the tables waiting for the event to start. And we are asking you also to be patient, to be here. You are here with us, actually. So we're inviting you to tune in and also share. Don't keep it for yourself. Pas qu'un pour nous seulement, non. Partagez. Pour plus de monde capable de comprendre ce qu'on fait là, à soir, Téléimage en direct depuis la ville de Chicago, nous pourrons faire vivre l'événement ça, qui c'est un événement annuel. Côté une association DuSable Association, DuSable Heritage Association, qui fait gala ça chaque année, pour capable remettre encore une fois en valeur l'importance monsieur ça, qui c'est Jean-Baptiste DuSable. Nous gagnons des bandes vidéo qui ont viré pendant le live là, qui parlent expliquer qui est lié, des interviews qui étaient faites avec différents mondes qui ont même intéressé dans la question Jean-Baptiste DuSable. Ville Chicago, non seulement est fondé par Jean-Baptiste DuSable, mais il y a plusieurs autres causes qui parlent parler là, soit là, côté que l'association ça depuis 15 ans déjà, a travaillé, a goûté même pour qui sont capables d'imposer legacy ça. Imposer héritage ça que un haïtien qui sorti dans la ville Saint-Marc qui vient établir le ici là aux États-Unis dans zone ça qui est le Chicago. Et bien c'est lui qui fonde, c'est lui qui bâtit ville là, c'est lui qui trace ville là. Et je dis à bataille là, son bataille qui est politiquement difficile. It's a very challenging battle because, as you know, it's politics as well. Of course, Jean-Baptiste DuSable, he is black, he's Haitian. So, you know, it's not easy to make sure that the city or the officials of the city of Chicago recognize this icon who was from Haiti. So we're going to go ahead and give you more information throughout the live. And again, we're inviting you to please do share the live. Thank you again.
Was Chicago's first settler. He was Chicago's first city administrator. He was Chicago's first business entrepreneur. He was the first real estate developer. And he was a proponent of multiculturalism.
His most important contribution was learning to peacefully coexist with the indigenous tribes, marrying into the Potawatomi.
Your presence here makes us very happy. Definitely, we are very pleased to be able to welcome those of you that have been with us for a long time and now, as well as those who are new to our gala. We are proud to be able to host this event today at this beautiful venue, and we want to thank UIC for that. Let's give them a round of applause as well. So one thing I can guarantee tonight is that today we're going to have fun and learn a lot of new things today, okay? So we're going to sit back, relax, enjoy the food, and listen to our upcoming speakers. And first, at this point of our program, I'd like to invite Dr. Rhea Ballard-Thrower, our UIC Library Dean, representing UIC Chancellor Emeritus, to welcome the public. Ms. Thrower?
Thank you very much. Once again, I am Rhea Ballard-Thrower, Dean of Libraries at UIC, and unfortunately, Chancellor Emeritus cannot be here today. And so he asked me to extend a welcome to you all, and so it is my pleasure. However, I do find it a bit ironic. I am one of the newest deans on campus, and I've only been in Chicago, I think it's about a year, because I moved here from Washington, D.C. Yeah, and so there are some things that I'm really beginning to learn that are very, unique to Chicago. Things like when it's about to snow, I was really stunned that you all don't run to the grocery store, clean it all out, get water, paper, toilet tissue, and bread, Okay, and then what's even more amazing to me, that it can snow feed and you all go to work the next day. This doesn't happen in DC. If I get 4 inches, that's at least 2 days off from work. Okay, and then one of the other things that I have found very, addictive, I have to be honest, and that is, I do not know whose idea it was to mix cheese popcorn with caramel. Oh my gosh, right? And so, I've told my team, I said, pray for me. I'm only in day 3 of Lent. And, that was one of the things I decided to give up, the Chicago style. I'm not kidding. I could go from the tin to that blue and white bag. I could eat it all. I am not kidding. But it's just, there's so many things about Chicago that have just been so wonderful for me. And I think the other thing, of course, definitely, is the collaboration with UIC and the Heritage Association. This is a wonderful opportunity for us to highlight our young, creative, innovative minds. And so, the Chancellor said the beauty of this collaboration is that, we celebrate Jean-Baptiste, and that because he was such a visionary and, a man of, I guess, when you want to say fearless, to go out and actually adventure and do these things and develop a whole new settlement. And therefore, we see the young people that I've actually gone to the table and met today, and that to have that vision, we see that in you. We see one day that you will be trailblazers, and both of our organizations are just so excited to be a part of your journey. And so on behalf of the Chancellor, who could not be here, it is our pleasure to welcome you to UIC. Thank you.
Once again, I'll give a round of applause for Dean Ballard Thrower. And I always wondered, have you always wondered who was always the first person to do everything? Like the first person to sit down and say cheddar, popcorn, and caramel goes together? Or, in Haitian cuisine, you crack open a shell and call it lumbi and roast it. So, some of the things that cross my mind. At this moment, just want to say welcome to everyone. Welcome to the 16th Annual Fundraising Gala of the DuSable Heritage Association. Here we are again for a celebration of Jean-Baptiste DuSable, the Haitian-born founder of the city of Chicago. And what a difference a year makes. It's been a long year. Definitely with the pandemic, it has driven all of us apart. But now we have come together in post-pandemic numbers, and it is so glad to see everyone. So definitely we're going to have fun and be able to come out and enjoy this evening. In a show of unity, the citizens of Chicago got themselves DuSable Lake Shore Drive, and it's becoming more certain than ever before that there will be a DuSable Park near the lakefront. Let's have a round of applause for that. So these are great developments, and yesterday at Pioneer Court, some of us were with Mayor Lightfoot to pay tribute to this visionary who, we say, together with his wife, made a lasting contribution to the development of the Midwest. The annual gala offers a mix of DuSable Park advocacy, education, networking, and entertainment. We have all that for you tonight. And just a reminder, don't forget that we have our silent auction and bids are open right now. So please make sure that you see the items that are up for auction and make your bid. All right? The annual gala offers a lot this evening. And lastly, the gala is also DHA's primary fundraiser. This year, we are innovating in ways we raise funds, such as t-shirts, text to donate, silent auction, you name it. So here, we're having a good time, and at the same time, we're raising money for a great cause. So thank you, everyone that's here, and let's make this thing happen tonight. At this moment, I'd like to invite Ms. Maïlou Semvelis for a prayer.
Wow, such gallantry. Good evening. Let us bow our heads and close our eyes for a short prayer. Dear Lord, we thank you for allowing us to gather here for this great occasion. And please bless the members of the organization who put this gala together. We thank you for the gift of life, the gift of love, and the gift of togetherness. Lord, we know that without you and your grace, nothing is possible. And for this, we are very grateful. Lord, not only our loved ones here in Chicago, but please bless our beloved Haiti, the country of Jean-Baptiste Point DuSable. Today, while the world is in chaos, we need you more than ever. Not only those in the city of Ukraine, but all those who are suffering throughout the world. Lord, we also love you, your compassion and your humanity in the world, through the kindness of humanity, and that we thank you. Lord, as we partake this dinner, we ask that you bless the food and bless the hands that prepared it for us. May the food nourish our bodies, and please give to those who does not have any. In Jesus, we humbly pray, amen. Bon appetit.
And at this moment, I'd like to invite up Starla Thompson to offer a blessing in Potawatomi.
Bonjour, Kichimanido. Wabano Gijekwe knows one, Gedede Nododam. Miigwech, Indigenous cause. Miigwech. Mano Gijekod Nongum, Miigwech. Mano Bamotas Win, Miigwech, Shagog, Yanak. Miigwech. Miigwech Ndenjumak. Miigwech. Thank you.
Okay, so at this moment, thank you so much for that wonderful prayer. So at this moment, we invite everyone to enjoy their meals. The meals are coming out, and definitely enjoy the evening, and I'll be back and be able to continue the program, okay? So many of us are here to celebrate the rich history of Jean-Baptiste Point DuSable, the rich Haitian history. And many of us here, coming from Haitian backgrounds, we can embrace the culture that's been brought over as immigrants from our ancestors. And there are many things that, that we know, but I would like to share with everyone who's a bit curious about Haitian culture. So this is the point of the program where I call, you know that you're Haitian, okay? So, you know that you're Haitian when you point things with your lips. Melila, Meli, Kote, all right? That's when you know you're Haitian. When you nod your head, you know when you're Haitian when you nod your head upwards to acknowledge someone, but don't say anything. Ça passe. Okay? You know when you're Haitian when you hear a psst, Vini, psst. That's the most annoying. My grandmother used to say, psst. Yes, Grandma, can you get the remote? Psst, Vini. So, you know you're Haitian when you have grillot at bun and peze as your favorite meal. You know you're Haitian when you dip bread in your coffee, your chocolate, sometimes in your cremas. That's when you know you're Haitian. You know you're Haitian if you have either a Jean or Marie placed somewhere in your name. Jean-Claude, Jean-Baptiste, Marie-Loude. So, you know you're Haitian when you tripe, when you fed up. So, you know when you're Haitian, when you really get mad at someone and you just want to take your shoe off to slap someone with it, okay? With your sapa. You know that you're Haitian when you figure that the U.S. is made up of only 3 cities, Miami, New York, and Boston. So, you know you're Haitian when you go to work as though you're dressed for church. You know you're Haitian when you go to church dressed up for a wedding. And then you know you're Haitian when you go to a wedding dressed up like you're going to meet Queen Elizabeth. You're Haitian if you ate rice within the past 3 days. And you count one day as a cheat day. So, you know you're Haitian when your living room couches are covered with plastic. And this is for us that don't know our grandparents. You know you're Haitian when you keep a bokit on bakabanu. When you for those when you keep a bokit, meaning a chamber pot under the bed. That's something old school, you know. Yes. You know you're Haitian when you have a bottle of Jonate sitting at your dresser for those special occasions, but you don't feel fresh until you drench yourself in some bien-être. You know you're Haitian when your furniture is too big for your house, okay? You're Haitian when your house is packed with meubles and bibelots that you can't even take 2 steps to get around it, okay? You know you're Haitian when no one is allowed in the living room because it's reserved for company. Your living room looks like a museum. You know you're Haitian when you're yawning. That doesn't mean you're tired, you're just hungry. And last but not least, you know you're Haitian if someone says that the party starts at 6. Then you know not to show up until 10 because you figure that's impolite. So these are the tips for the day to know that you're Haitian. So a little insight into our culture. So at this moment, everyone enjoy their meal, and I'll be right back for the next portion of our program. Thank you.
Friends of the Parks has been happy to park system, and as a city that has about 30 miles of lakefront, we have about 26 miles of completed park and path system. Completing DuSable Park is a part of making sure that Chicago completes that entire park and path system. So we have been sometimes playing a very loud role in supporting this work, and sometimes done that work very much from behind the scenes. But for many years, we've been part of the DuSable Park Coalition, doing the annual wreath-laying commemoration of the death of DuSable in August, and participating with and supporting the tour along the DuSable Heritage Corridor. We look forward to the completion of the park in a few years. We are so excited that the remediation of the site, getting rid of the pollution that was left behind by the industrial use there, has been completed this year. And we are ecstatic about the $10 million commitment from Related Midwest to help build the park in conjunction with the new development they're doing just across the way. And then the recent $5 million commitment from the City of Chicago, in which Mayor Lori Lightfoot announced that OSIF funds, Open Space Impact Fee funds, to the tune of $5 million, would be made available to complete the $15 million budget of the park. So after many decades of fighting for this park, the many partners are so excited that we think we may see the light at the end of the tunnel. So this year's celebration of DuSable's death, as we do each year, has been especially significant because it took place on August 29th, which is the actual day of his death, but also because this year marks such a big step forward in making sure that DuSable Park really does come to life.
About 12,000 to 18,000 years ago, this Great Lakes region was inhabited by a number of First Nation peoples, such as the Miami, the Potawatomi, the Fox, the Sauk, among others. So they established a vast network of trade among themselves and also with other peoples in the other Native American tribes throughout North America and even beyond. From time to time, some European explorers would drop by, but none of them decided to stay.
My involvement with DuSable Park has gone on for over 33 years. I started out working with the late Mayor Harold Washington as executive director and commissioner of his first Chicago Commission on Women. I was a member of Harold's cabinet. Harold also worked closely with Dr. Margaret Burroughs, who at that time was our founding director of the DuSable Museum, and she had also been appointed commissioner of the Chicago Park District. Dr. Burroughs, along with the late Harold Washington, also worked with Ramon Price, who at that time was curator of the DuSable Museum and also the half-brother of Harold Washington. It was always our desire to have some place or some monument, some street, named after Jean-Baptiste Point DuSable, who was the founder of the city of Chicago. And this started happening in 1987 when Harold Washington decided to have a piece of land named along the Chicago River as DuSable Park. That took place in 1987, and for over 33 years that has been the goal of our DuSable Museum Harold Washington Coalition, to have a park named after DuSable. It has been a long struggle, but here in 2020 we are still here, decided and dedicated to the fact that we need to have this park completed.
As I said before, many explorers went through here and decided not to stay. And this plaque here is a tribute to those explorers who did not stay. It's a tribute to Marquette, to LaSalle, to Joliet, all of them. But somebody's missing there. And it pains me to see that. So DuSable himself, okay, that black man of Haitian descent. So this, the founder of Chicago, he's not represented here. And it is something that needs to be redressed. Because he was here, he decided to stay, he established a community here.
Starting in 1986, Mayor Washington was able to make connections with the Art Institute, and the Art Institute set aside money in the Ferguson Fund that would enable an artist to be hired to create a sculpture of DuSable to be placed in DuSable Park.
This piece is called Founders, and basically it's really interesting right now as we're thinking about monuments and who gets to make monuments and what we make monuments about. So essentially it's a portable sculpture. It's 30 feet tall, and the idea was a part of our Cultural Transit Assembly exhibition with the Floating Museum last year. We moved this around the city adjacent to the Green Line and spaces on the west side and the south side. Sometimes we let people know we were coming, sometimes we just magically popped up in the park. And essentially, just to break it down a little bit, it's actually an exhibition. We did this piece in collaboration with Monica Rickard, who is actually Potawatomi and half African American, half Potawatomi. And we worked with the Field Museum and DuSable Museum, and then another artist named Chris Poppin along with us, who is also an artist of indigenous descent. So let me just give you a little bit of a tour. So there are 4 heads based on the cardinal directions, which are real important in indigenous cultures. So basically north, west, south, and east. On this side here, this is an image of Kitihawa, who was the wife of Jean-Point Baptiste DuSable. And as little that is known about Jean-Point Baptiste DuSable, there are no images of him other than kind of recreations based on descriptions. We work a lot with artists to kind of think about making our own portraits, putting a face to a name. So this is actually Monica Rickard, who is an artist, I explained, and while she was helping us think about a monument to Kitihawa, or that portion, we asked her if she would sit as the model. So it's important to put faces to things. So over here to the left we have Harold Washington, and we honor Harold Washington in a way of not only being the first African-American mayor of Chicago, but he also designated the parkland for Jean-Point Baptiste DuSable back in the 80s. So we kind of acknowledge him. And that actually is a sculpture by an unknown artist that comes from DuSable Museum's collection. So we're able to scan it, blow it up, and work with DuSable Museum through a series of exhibitions. So we're really proud to have that here. On the back side is an image of Jean-Point Baptiste DuSable that actually Etzer Kontav, who is a member of the DuSable Heritage Association, actually modeled for us as well. So we just thought, once again, thinking about not only having an image, a representation of a person, but also thinking about people's, acknowledging people's work to acknowledge those moments. So we're really proud to have Etzer kind of model for us. And then the other one is kind of an unknown boy. It was a sculpture from DuSable Museum's collection made by an artist named William Artis. It's one of the earliest pieces in their collection. We're excited to scan that and put it in. So you have the 4 heads kind of representing founders, and maybe in a way of acknowledging people's contributions that often aren't considered to be on that kind of founding sculpture.
That's why it should be remembered, you know, as a true leader in this city, the first business entrepreneur, the first real estate developer, the first hotelier, the first administrator, the first city administrator. He was all that together. So it is really a pleasure to be talking about the founder of Chicago, Jean-Baptiste DuSable, along with his wife, Kitihawa.
This is our last piece right now, and I am standing in front of what's gonna be the future DuSable Park. Right behind me, there is the Chicago River. On my left is Lake Michigan, and across from the Chicago River, that piece of land that you are seeing there is gonna be the future DuSable Park. And as you can see, it is right next to Navy Pier and the lakefront. So this is an important part of Chicago. It's lakefront. And we are happy that DuSable is gonna have his home right there at the entrance to the city, from the lake into the Chicago River. I must tell you that 200 years ago, if you had come here like this on a weekday or even on a Saturday, you would have seen hundreds of ships and boats coming in, some of them all the way from Canada, some of them from Europe, crossing the Atlantic and through the St. Lawrence River, would go down Lake Michigan and come and enter the Chicago River to bring merchandises and everything else into toward the Mississippi River and all the way down to New Orleans. So Chicago was strategically right at the center of commerce between Europe and the southern part of the United States. And that's probably what Jean-Baptiste Point-du-Sable understood somehow. He understood the importance of this little area and came and settled here and married Kitty Hawa of the Potawatomi tribe and started this beautiful city that you are watching right now. Going back to the park, we went through the first phase, which was to clean up the radioactive thorium. We are done with that. Then we went to the second phase, which was to actually replace the metal sheet revetment. You can see all around the land there is a metal sheet. This is brand new, just replaced by the EPA and the Chicago Park District. And the third phase is gonna be the actual construction of the park. We are waiting for Related Midwest to start its own construction across from Lakeshore Drive. They're gonna put one tower, then they're gonna build the park, and after that they're gonna build their second tower. So we are hoping that 5 years from now, you're gonna see a different skyline because of the new towers, but you're gonna also see a new park right here, and we invite you to come and join us and spend some time on DuSable Park so we can tell all good stories about the good old times while we are sitting on the park.
Regardez un bel documentaire sur Jean-Baptiste Point-du-Sable, vraiment des informations importantes qu'on a regardées là. Encore une fois, on a rappelé que nous en dedans ville Chicago, côté que organisation ça ou du moins association ça qui c'est association c'est DuSable Heritage Association qui a présenté un gala annuel. Alors pour tout le monde qui a regardé, qui est haïtien certainement, qui comprennent ça qu'a fait là, monsieur est certain que l'intérêt a commencé à augmenter puisque l'information qu'a partagé, l'information qui a passé en dedans gala ça, c'est des informations très importantes pour nous-mêmes qui sont haïtiens, pour nous comprendre et apprendre, ou peut-être rappeler nous de histoire, une belle histoire qui vient là dans la ville de Chicago. Nous avons regardé des informations qui sont partagées là par des experts et des membres de l'association ça, qui encore une fois c'est DuSable Heritage Association, qui au même jeudi a présenté 15e édition gala annuel, qui sont gala traditionnels qui gagnent chaque année et année ça, Tele images sous place, nous présentons images en direct depuis la ville de Chicago. Donc là encore une fois, les invités sont attablés, il a passé à table, il a servi son gala dîner, sit down dinner, a beautiful event. Et puis, nous rappelons que c'est en dedans, University of Illinois, dans la ville de Chicago. Et là, nous gagnons une association qui, quand même, depuis longtemps, nous sommes regardés là, a fait plaidoirie pour monsieur ça, qui c'est Jean-Baptiste Point-du-Sable. Jean-Baptiste Point-du-Sable, nous connaissons qui pas n'importe qui monde, qui justement sorti dans la ville de Saint-Marc. Il est arrivé ici aux États-Unis, dans le coin de ça, que l'il nommait Chicago. que les fondé et puis les tracé, oui, il fait coup de crayon pour ville là. Et puis c'est lui-même au fait qui fait que Chicago s'allie aujourd'hui là. Mais ça nous remarqué, nous-mêmes présence nous dans la ville de Chicago aujourd'hui qui vient faire retransmission ça, c'est que il y a pas mal de gens sauter là dans différents témoignages. Il y a pas mal Jean-Baptiste Point du Sable importance si tu as supposé bali dans la ville. Il n'y a pas reconnaître les gens pour reconnaître lui. Je pense que c'est là que la question est. Et reconnaître legacy, héritage ça que monsieur ça a quitté pour ville de Chicago ici aux États-Unis, c'est un bagage qui est important. Il est important pas seulement pour nous-mêmes haïtiens, mais pour tout noirs qui vivent à travers le monde et pour américains qui ont même tout sous terre ça. Il est important tout pour américains indiens qui ont même été sous île ça, du moins c'était sous terre ça tout dans la zone Chicago, qui ont même tout nous a dit contribuer à construction, à fondation ville de Chicago. Donc c'est de ça qu'il s'agit. C'est ça que fait. Et là, franchement, nous demandons aux mêmes qui a participé en bas live là, ou même qui a regardé, qui a recevoir information ça, nous demandons partager les transmissions ça. Ce sont des informations à partager, des informations importantes qui permettent de comprendre plus bien l'héritage non seulement dans la ville de Chicago, mais ici aux États-Unis, qui nous-mêmes haïtiens, n'a fait gros causer depuis longtemps. Et raison qui fait journée aujourd'hui, il a honoré, dans la mémoire du moins, monsieur Jean-Baptiste Point du Sable, et bien, association ça, DuSable Heritage Association, a célébré 15e édition gala annuel ça qui a fait. Un gala dîner qui est vraiment bien présenté. On voit de la compagnie et de bonne facture. Nous avons définitivement des gens qui viennent pour participer, pour contribuer tout, parce que comme son fundraising qu'a fait. Donc fundraising est important. Parce que faut l'association fonctionner, faut qu'il faut continuer gourmet pour être capable d'imposer héritage Jean-Baptiste Point du Sable dans la ville de Chicago. Sinon, écoutez, il a oublié monsieur ça, il a oublié que c'est un haïtien qui fondait la ville de Chicago. So, it's très important. It's very, very important to actually be part of this great event and actually participate and also join and contribute as well. Donc, il faut nous contribuer. Donc, c'est ça l'idée. Donc, contribution, c'est l'ICAFET. L'ICAFET, pendant qu'on a regardé live ça, nous allons mettre information en bas live là pour nous connaître qui j'ai pour nous faire. Nous allons gagner information association. Évidemment, nous allons partager ensemble avec vous. Et gagner un flyer qui était sorti pour annoncer les soirées ça, gala dîner ça, voilà. Voici donc l'affiche pour la soirée de ce soir qui a déjà commencé. Mais quand même, et en attendant, puisque il y a quand même des personnalités que nous allons garder avec nous là, qui peuvent partager informations qui gens, qui comment pour capable contribuer, je pense que c'est important. Nous allons gagner avec eux là, avec nous dans sous table contrôle nous, puisque je dis encore une fois que tu as l'image sous place. Depuis la ville de Chicago, nous ne pouvons pas faire ça comme ça, mais en attendant, le beau monde est en train de déguster les mets servis ce soir. Et puis, c'est une assemblée sélecte qui, je dis encore une fois, répond présent à cette 15e édition de ce gala annuel de DuSable Heritage Association. Beautiful night. So, we are asking you to please go ahead, partager information ça, partager vos transmissions ça pour les gens qui sont en bas la vie. Merci à tout le monde. Nous avons salué M. Franz Dossou. You say it right, Franz. Know your history. Haiti has contributed so much to the world. Yes, indeed. Franz qui est avec nous. Franz qui est là, c'est Franz qui a assuré l'animation musicale là. C'est le DJ de la soirée. Bonsoir, Yoli Blain. Yoli Blain is here too. Madame Claudette Jean-Baptiste Julien qui est avec nous, elle aussi. Merci tout le monde qui est branché. Je salue aussi Madame Gladys Jean-Baptiste Saint-Louis qui elle aussi a branché certainement. Barbara a branché tout. N'est-ce pas, toute l'équipe de Téléimage du côté de New York, il a branché tout, il a partagé vos transmissions ça parce que vous comprenez l'importance et c'est important. Donc aujourd'hui c'est la célébration à la mémoire du moins de Monsieur et Jean-Baptiste Point du Sable. Je pense que ça vaut la peine. Ça vaut la peine de participer à cette soirée et surtout de partager ces informations. Jean-Baptiste Point du Sable, né en 1745, il mourit en 1818, c'est le fondateur de la ville de Chicago. Et je ne saute pas effigie là, son African Caribbean qui était né dans la ville de Saint-Marc en Haïti. Et voilà, une belle ville ça que l'arrivée fondée, que il est fondé ici aux États-Unis d'Amérique, dans Illinois, Chicago. Donc c'est définitivement, c'est beau à voir, c'est une soirée qui interpelle la conscience des Haïtiens. C'est une soirée qui définitivement vaut la peine. Et c'est une soirée justement qui, je pense, et demande à ce que l'on partage. Go ahead and share the live, please. All right, one more time. We are here in the city, beautiful city of Chicago. Beautiful weather, by the way, today. It's a beautiful weather. And today we should say that the weather is gorgeous. It's 65 degrees here, I think, in Chicago. And people are out. I think that with a weather like that, you got to be out in such a beautiful event. We're having this lovely lady here. She's an Indian descent. We're going to see if we can have her and speak to her a second. Let's see if we can grab her and have her speak to us on the mic. Let me see. I'm going to try to get her.
He was Chicago's first settler. He was Chicago's first city administrator. He was Chicago's first business entrepreneur. He was the first real estate developer. And he was a proponent of multiculturalism.
His most important contribution was really learning to peacefully coexist with the indigenous tribes, marrying into the Potawatomi, a woman named Kiriwaha, who was married into the Catholic faith and became known as Catherine.
While other settlers, they had come before him, you know, they looked it over and said, no, this is not a place to settle, it's not a place to live. But for him, it was the perfect location, strategically located, good for economics, good for his settlement, and then the story went there.
He really, in a lot of ways, was the first non-indigenous person to see the economic potential of Chicago.
Politics was not something that he was much interested in, so he kept that neutrality.
He's actually arrested by the British for being thought of as an American patriot sympathizer. However, he's able to successfully beat the charges, as it were, and be successful and prosper, negotiating all of these various communities and identities that existed.
Depuis la ville de Chicago, nous rappelons encore dans Illinois, Chicago, nous ensemble avec vous en direct avec dans cette soirée de gala. Nous rappelons encore une fois, voici l'affiche, une superbe affiche qui permet de participer en live à ce gala. Here we go, voilà, c'est l'affiche. Alors, ce soir, c'est la 15e édition de ce gala annuel. Et avec nous, nous avons des personnalités qui font partie de cette association. C'est l'association DuSable Heritage Association qui eux-mêmes a fait plaidoirie pour garder en vie ce patrimoine de Jean-Baptiste DuSable. Avec nous, nous avons le docteur Serge Pierre-Louis. Docteur Pierre-Louis, bienvenue. Merci parce que d'ailleurs, merci parce qu'on a Tele image ensemble avec vous dans la ville de Chicago. Nous allons parler, nous allons quand même informer. We're going to keep them abreast of what's going on here. A beautiful crowd is here for this beautiful gala dinner, the 15th edition. Let's introduce yourself first. Et puis, nous allons faire un créole pour Haïtien qu'on comprenne parce que nous voulons que les compatriotes qui regardent là, ils comprennent l'effort qui fait et nous allons demander de participer tout pour contribuer. Docteur Pierre-Louis, d'abord, présentez-toi à l'audience.
Mais oui, merci en pile Valerio de ce qu'on invite nous et je veux saluer tous les spectateurs. Et oui, moi c'est Dr Serge Pierre-Louis, fondateur avec ancien président du DuSable Heritage Association que nous fondé il y a 20 ans de ça pour nous être capables de voir monter l'histoire d'un Haïtien qui sorti Saint-Marc, qui vient de Chicago, qui est marié avec un Indien et Potawatomi et qui fondé ville Chicago. Donc nous pensons que c'est très important pour nous-mêmes Haïtiens, nous raconter l'histoire ça, que parmi les ancêtres nous, il y a là qui ont fait belle bagaille, tant que Jean-Baptiste DuSable qui était venu, sur Haïti, venu ici, tant que Pierre Toussaint qui était sorti Saint-Marc tout, car New York, on prend qui font pile belle bagaille New York. Donc nous avons aimé que parole ça yo parler. Donc c'est comme ça que nous fondons l'association ça, et DuSable Heritage Association. Et chaque année, nous avons un gala, ça, côté que nous invitons tout le monde à venir pour nous parler de DuSable. Et un but que nous gagnons, c'est pour nous faire construire un parc. Un parc pour Jean-Baptiste DuSable, cap chita en mi-temps Chicago, bon lac là. Donc n'importe nous-mêmes ta vini, Chicago vient visiter, nous t'avons aimé que nous allons visiter et parc DuSable là, que nous espérons que nous allons construire très bientôt.
Très bien, docteur Pierre-Louis. Et nous quand même fait des tours. Monsieur, certain que l'association organise des tours pour des gens pendant l'été ça. Si il y a un parent qui t'a même fait Timounio, mais qu'on ait histoire mieux, il y a des tours quand même historiques qui t'a fait.
Absolument. Chaque année, 3e samedi du mois d'août. Et nous avons justement un événement que nous faisons, côté que nous invitons tout le monde et nous baillons tout gratis. Nous marchons avec tout le monde, nous racontons l'histoire Chicago. Nous parler de révolution haïtienne là-dedans, toute bagaille, et pour nous montrer l'importance du DuSable, la fondation et Chicago. Donc l'année dernière, nous avons des gens qui sont sortis Ohio, des gens qui sont sortis Indiana, qui sont sortis Michigan, des gens qui sont sortis New York. Donc nous avons souhaité que l'année, ça allait nous faire encore samedi 20 août, que des gens qui sont sortis de tous côtés aux États-Unis viennent joindre avec nous, viennent participer dans tout, viennent apprendre l'histoire Chicago. Et viennent apprendre l'histoire des ancêtres nous à Jean-Baptiste DuSable.
Tout à fait. Et déjà, je pense que Tele image n'a pas inscrit nous dans la démarche ça. N'a pas fait invitation et inviter plus de monde venir participer dans le comme ça. C'est proposé, mes amis. Il faut quand même, il faut comprendre que l'importance de l'information sont pas importantes. Et parce que c'est le manque d'information qui fait que le monde pas connaît l'origine vraiment. Donc, quelques fois, nous renions malheureusement l'origine de ça. Mais quand même, une question, et on ne parle clairement, on va faire certainement mettre toutes les cartes sur la table. Il paraît que c'est difficile pour qu'il y ait envie et héritage ça dans la ville de Chicago. Son bataille politique liée pour qui ça, nous-mêmes qui vivons dans la téléimage, qui sont place, nous remarquons, je suis dit là tout à l'heure dans le document que tu as passé audiovisuel là, nous voyons que vraiment tu as plus et par contre moi-même effigie et plus de connaissance à Jean-Baptiste DuSable. Dans l'aéroport alors on remarque nous fait dans l'aéroport là nous entré, on a vu tu es aller avec tout drapeau, même pas tout les drapeaux haïtiens. Pendant que Jean-Baptiste DuSable, un Haïtien originaire de Saint-Marc, a fondé cette ville. Dis-nous qui ça gagne, un problème là?
Il y a un gros problème politique pour faire une ville comme Chicago reconnaître un Haïtien qui sorti Saint-Marc. Donc malgré nos batailles, il y a près de 15 ans de ça, nous avons essayé de faire ville Chicago, accepter de faire sister city relationship, on ville sœur. Considère Haïti comme une ville sœur, ça pas de pencher. Yo dit Haïti trop petit, yo pas reconnaître li. Donc à moins que nous gagnons tout le monde derrière nous, dans tous les États-Unis, tout Haïtien qui Miami, qui New York, New Jersey, Boston, c'est pour nous tous mettre ensemble pour nous forcer ville Chicago à venir reconnaître Haïti comme une ville sœur de Chicago parce que sont Haïtiens qui fondent ville Chicago. Donc nous besoin d'aide tout le monde parce que autrement politique dans Chicago empêche que nous capables de faire ça.
Et nous remarquons ça. Et certainement, on va parler de ville Chicago et la ville de Saint-Marc. C'est de ça qu'on t'a parlé. Et t'as mon bel jumelage, une ville sœur. Pourquoi pas, puisque Jean-Baptiste et c'est mon Saint-Marc. Et nous avons pour la caméra, on va demander à Gary d'arranger ça pour nous rapidement. Mais quand même, moi je pensais que, et Dr Pierre-Louis, nous capables, je pensais qu'au niveau politique tout, est-ce que nous faisons nous-mêmes, l'association, nous faisons des démarches pour nous imposer, alors pour nous arriver à implanter l'héritage ça. Parce que c'est sûr que nous gagnons des élus. Est-ce que nous gagnons des élus haïtiens-américains au niveau ville là?
Oui, nous faisons pile des marches et nous gagnons des politiciens qui supportent. Nous gagnons le juge Lionel Jean-Baptiste et qui est avec nous là à Square. Et de même que gagnons et Attorney General Kwame Raoul qui sont haïtiens et qui supportent nous. Mais c'est seulement récemment que politiciens haïtiens ont commencé à gagner suffisamment de force pour aider nous à parler de l'histoire Jean-Baptiste DuSable. Donc pendant des années, personne n'a pas parlé de bagaille ça parce que pas de suffisamment de force derrière. C'est finalement que ça a commencé à faire. Donc je pense que c'est une très bonne opportunité pour toute communauté haïtienne qui en reste aux États-Unis, mettez ensemble avec nous dans le Midwest là, pour nous continuer à pousser l'histoire Jean-Baptiste DuSable, faire bâti parc du sable là que nous besoin, mettez monument, statue Jean-Baptiste DuSable dans Chicago. Donc nous avons pile de travail pour nous faire ensemble.
En pile travail là lourd, me senti que les lourd sous nous parce que c'est politique et en plus Jean-Baptiste DuSable, un haïtien, un nègre en plus, en clair sous question, c'est pas facile. Mais qu'est-ce que ça nous a fait, moun k'ap gade là et la communauté haïtienne, les haïtiens d'outre-mer, haïtiens k'ap gade là qui a peut-être des connexions, on ne sait jamais, qui ça nous a fait, qui vient aider l'association.
Quand pile bagaille que l'autre haïtien qui est aux États-Unis est capable de faire, premier bagaille qu'on est capable de faire à soi, c'est que sont capables de supporter nous parce que son fundraising que nous avons fait là, si nous sommes capables d'aller online, dans le website nous et DuSableHeritage.org et puis faire un don et là-dedans ça a aidé nous et nous avons un fonds spécial pour nous mettre une sorte de monument artistique sous parc DuSable là où construire. Donc nous avons besoin de tout le monde pour nous capables de faire ça. Deuxième bagage que Haïtiens capable de faire, c'est si vous êtes capable de contacter nous, voyez email pour nous. Comme ça, nous avons fait un événement comme ça, nous voyons information en bas tout le monde aux États-Unis. Et ce n'est pas seulement Chicago qui participe, mais c'est tout Haïtien aux États-Unis qui participe. Troisième bagage, nous avons fait un mouvement tant que, par exemple, essayer de construire un parc pour DuSable. Nous avons que tout Haïtien qui est aux États-Unis capable d'écrire ou bien relayer maire Chicago à dire que nous connaissons un parc pour construire pour DuSable. Nous avons que nous web parc ça construit le plus vite que possible. Là, regardez que c'est tout Haïtien qui est à travers les États-Unis qui a pris Léo et qui a posé des questions. C'est pour l'autre bagaille net là ça. Donc, mais qui gens d'aide que nous pensons nous gagner de tout Haïtien qui là aux États-Unis.
Tout à fait. Influence, Mounio, puisque écoutez, nous vivons dans des États à côté que nous, c'est des contribuables, nous payons des taxes, il faut capable d'imposer, nous faut capable de demander et les élus pour nous, ça nous mérite finalement. Je pense que c'est important. C'est très très important et je pense que c'est ce que nous allons faire. Puisque aujourd'hui, finalement, c'est un fundraising, on a rappelé son fundraising, son gala dîner. Et en plus de gala dîner, il y a une façon qu'on est capable de contribuer. Une façon qu'on est capable de contribuer, une façon qu'effectivement on est capable d'aider l'association ça qui a besoin j'arrête, qui a besoin d'aide ou support, non seulement les dire au compliment, mais support financier. On va parler de finances parce que là, pas une jouette. Et nous besoin comme tout. Parce que là, c'est la réalité des choses. Et comment contribuer? Quelqu'un qui regarde, par exemple, qui aimerait contribuer, qui t'a voulu, par exemple, et s'il t'a bon pour lui, bon, enfin, la regarder, là, comprendre cause, qui est capable de contribuer. S'il y a une façon de le faire de façon directe, parce qu'on est avec l'électronique là, on doit faire un zèle, un cash-up, enfin, ou bien faire un don à l'association.
Oui, nous avons très apprécié ça. À soi, n'importe qui doit contacter nous, faire don pendant que nous avons fait gala. Et ou bien, vous doit aller sur le website nous qui est encore plus facile. Et DuSableHeritage.org et une fois qu'on rentre en dedans et website là, ou après qui gens sont capables de faire un don, ou après lire toute information sur ça que nous avons fait en Chicago et puis faire un don pour supporter ça dans PCFR. Nous avons très apprécié ça. Merci en pile.
D'accord, merci beaucoup encore une fois. Nous allons mettre le site internet sous écran, nous mettre dans le live là. Évidemment, pour nous capables de gagner information, pour nous capables de participer. Et une question rapidement. Alors, une question, et sur le volet, c'est pas curiosité, je pose la question, pourquoi pas. Et vous êtes de Saint-Marc?
Et non, en somme, moi fait Kafou, et Port-au-Prince Kafou, mais l'homme vient apprendre que nos ancêtres nous qui sont de Saint-Marc, qui construisent une ville tant que Chicago, là ça, moi descendre de Saint-Marc, et il y a près de plus de 10 ans de ça, on commence à travailler avec moun Saint-Marc pour nous capables de qui Jean Saint-Marc capable de participer à la célébration Jean-Baptiste Point du Sable. Nous t'aimons que tout le monde qui est aux États-Unis, tout haïtien, capable de qui ça nous capable de faire avec Saint-Marc pour nous aider à développer Saint-Marc. Saint-Marc a un bel bord de mer. Si nous sommes capables d'aider à développer bord de mer, eh bien, au point de vue touristique, Saint-Marc doit venir en coquine ville et capable de développer tête.
Tout à fait, et nous avons le jour en plus et de belles activités, ça qui est belle si nous comprenons, surtout les gens de Saint-Marc, bien qu'il ne s'agit pas de gens de Saint-Marc, il s'agit des Haïtiens en général. Maintenant, Jean-Baptiste lui-même, est-ce que nous-mêmes dans des démarches, dans le contact que nous avons fait arriver joindre et par contre, on est descendants et qui côté le sorti dans Saint-Marc, est-ce que nous joignons une famille dans Saint-Marc et nous avons une idée?
Et malheureusement, DuSable pas quitte aucun papier, aucune information pour nous. Et donc, nous pas vraiment de détails de qui côté l'ITE Saint-Marc. Et nous connaissons que papa, c'est un Français qui était marié avec un esclave noir. Donc, DuSable, c'est un mulâtre qui était fait Saint-Marc, qui était élevé Saint-Marc. Et nous connaissons que vers l'âge de 20 ans, il quittait Saint-Marc avec 11 ans et Clermont-Morgan. Et puis, il prend un bateau, il allait en Louisiane. Et puis, de là, il montait en Mississippi et il montait jusqu'en l'air, arrivé dans l'État de Illinois. Mais malheureusement, nous n'avons pas tout détail de exactement qui ça a été fait l'LT Saint-Marc. Nous espérons qu'un jour, historien va joindre tout détail.
D'accord. Le docteur Pierre-Louis Nabdou, merci un peu encore. Nous ne pouvons pas abuser de temps parce que quand même, il y a une assistance et fraîchement select qui est là ce soir. Donc, on vous laisse vous amuser and you're going to greet the audience and eat. Donc, merci encore une fois. Docteur Pierre-Louis, merci. Un plaisir. Voilà, donc il faut rappeler que c'est le président et l'ancien président de l'association DuSable Heritage Association qui était avec nous. Encore une fois, on rappelle que le gala dîner est en pleine ambiance. Regardez cette belle assistance, cette ambiance qu'il y a, qui justement nous permet d'apprécier ce qui se passe aujourd'hui dans Illinois University, dans la ville de Chicago. C'est la 15e édition de ce gala dîner de l'association DuSable Heritage Foundation. Donc on vous invite, on vous convie, mesdames et messieurs, à participer. On vous convie à définitivement, à contribuer. On va mettre l'adresse, nous allons mettre l'adresse sous écran. Mon cap garder là, nous demandez s'il vous plaît, pas seulement garder, pas seulement ne restez pas passif. Hein. Il faut être actif, il faut nous mettre main. Les gars, important qu'on s'accapte fait. Les bons bagages qu'on s'accapte fait. Et Téléimage fait déplacement, vient sous place parce que justement, nous comprenons l'importance d'une activité comme ça. Donc c'est important aussi de participer, il faut nous mettre main. C'est évident que si c'est l'autre genre d'activité que tu as fait sous page ça, évidemment, tu as bien plus de monde qui t'a regardé, n'est-ce pas, en live. Mais là, les choses sérieuses, les choses de bonne facture, sont-elles vraiment appréciées à leur juste valeur. En tout cas, je rappelle encore une fois que Téléimage en direct depuis the University of Illinois at Chicago. We're here with you and we are asking you, we are actually telling you to be part of this beautiful night and you have to contribute. Il faut participer, c'est pas garder seulement. Nous avons près de 500 personnes qui ont regardé, 411 personnes, c'est bien, mais il y a quand même un effort à faire. Il y a eu des donations, il faut participer financièrement. Avec nous, l'actuel président de cette association, nous avons l'émission déjà. Là, c'est le docteur Cantave qui est avec nous, qui va saluer l'audience. Un bel gala réussi, félicitations, belle soirée. On salue le public et puis nous pas carrément dire qui ça peut faire pour capable contribuer parce que quand pile moun k'ap gade là, me paraît priorité à regarder de façon passive. Ils doivent participer.
OK. Bonsoir tout le monde. Merci de ce que en fait, nous tournons pour nous garder le programme ça. Son programme est très intéressant. Et nous remercions Tele pour faire déplacement ça pour nous, c'est pour nous-mêmes le faire. Et bien, nous sommes très heureux que vous venez, que vous couvrez l'événement ça, parce que c'est un événement annuel lié. Et but nous année ça, sont qui est très important. Parce que nous avons un parc là qui est un bail central pour mission que nous gagnons, pour nous développer, pour nous propager. Ils ont héritage du sable, ça qui était derrière, qui genre de monde que était ça hier, ça représentait pour Chicago. Donc seulement pour Chicago, ça représentait pour le monde. Donc regardez New York récemment là, qui nommé au parti de Flatbush. You know, après du ça. Ouais, c'est que et quel autre mouvement qui a fait de l'autre côté tout pour ça. Et
justement, passer une tape là et bon, ancien councilman Mathieu Eugène, nous passé une tape là, il m'avait parlé, il m'a dit qu'il serait là.
Oui, nous l'attendions aussi, même pas connaître ça qui passait, gonti contre-temps, mais ce n'est que partie remise, je pensais que quand même un jour l'a fini. Parce que...
Tout à fait, partie remise, puisque, écoutez, lui aussi, il a participé à sa façon, il nommé en partie dans tronçon route, dans Brooklyn, dans l'Australie Avenue, DuSable Boulevard, c'est un gros bagage.
Oui, et ça c'est à son honneur pour faire un bagage comme ça, pour représenter héritage du sable là, qui traverse les frontières Midwest là, qui est arrivé là, East Coast là, la descend dans le sud là, la descend tout parce que tout c'est ça que nous avons célébré aujourd'hui là, à Pauli, le développement Chicago, le développement Midwest, pas seulement Chicago mais le Midwest là, ça le représentait. Donc,
tout à fait. Docteur Cantave, nous allons retourner avec autant de comme ça. On va revenir au gala puisque audience là. Merci. Merci, Docteur Cantave.
Good evening, everybody. The first time that I actually was at an evening like this one. It was a party. And at that time, I was invited by her older sister, Dani Sempwe. We had been doing community work for quite some time, Dani and myself, but I didn't know Marie-José. At that party, Dani introduced me, and Dani had passed away by then, by the way, several years ago. And Dani introduced me to Marie-José. So I invited her to dance, and there was some Haitian music playing. And Marie-José was dancing so well that I asked her, where did you learn to dance so well? And she was so proud to answer that, well, my dad actually taught all of us to dance. So Marie-José's dad took the time to actually teach Marie-José and the other children how to dance Haitian compa. And I was quite impressed with that. I don't know if that teaching took place in Cap-Haïtien before Marie-José came to the United States around the age of 10 or 12, or whether the teaching took place here. Maybe John, Marie-José's brother, who is here with us this evening, will tell me finally tonight, where did Marie-José learn how to dance Haitian compa? Or it was here in the United States. Excellent. I did find out later on that beyond dancing, Marie-José had many other skills. Marie-José was part of a sorority that she had been helping for years. And through that sorority, she developed the skills of organizing events like this one. Marie-José was also an artist, and she used to make those jewelries.
and quite fascinating. And I remember one year I went to her place and I took pictures of some of her jewelry and I beamed that to my daughter, who was in nursing school in New Jersey at the time. And my daughter was able to select a number of neck collars and bracelets, and Marie-Josée was beaming. She was so happy that her artwork in jewelry was being recognized. As a certified accountant, Marie-Josée also was very much into business with her brother John, and very involved in that as well. So Marie-Josée had so many different skills that we learned over the years. The second thought I'd like to share with you was another aspect of Marie-Josée, which was her appreciation for family. Marie-Josée was so close to her mother, to her brother John, they were in business together, to her sister Marie-Claire, and I'm sure also with Fred that I haven't had a chance to meet. And of course with Danny Sempre, who passed away. And Marie-Josée brought her love of family within our organization. So over 10 years ago, we approached Marie-Josée and asked her to come and help us organize one of these galas. And Marie-Josée, she said, fine. And then that was the beginning of a long relationship. She stayed with us year after year, and she climbed the ladder in the DuSable Heritage Association. So from somebody who was just a volunteer, she became a member of the board. Then she became our official treasurer. Then she became the co-chair of our gala. And she did so much. Together with her friend Denita Hunter, they would come and organize the whole decoration of a room like this. And we can see that tonight we are missing Marie-Josée's touch. Not that I don't like this decor, it's very nice. But Marie-Josée would have brought something on top of that. Marie-Josée was very close to her family, and her nephews and niece, they were everything to her. And when I met her niece Myrna, who joined Juilliard School of Music in New York to become an opera singer, Marie-Josée was up in the sky. She was so happy for Myrna. So she had her family at heart, and she brought that spirit of family to the DuSable Heritage Association. So by the time she got sick, she was ill and getting ready for her last journey. She had the whole DuSable Heritage family with her. We spent hours discussing her condition, doing strategy, and she was such a fighter. To the last minute, she was telling her doctors what to do, what tests not to do. And I said, Marie-Josée, you are the patient, you are not the doctor. She was bossing all the doctors around what to do and fighting to the last minute. So this is who Marie-Josée was. And tonight, as we gather here, it is such a pleasure to remember somebody like Marie-Josée, who has given so much of herself to us in the DuSable Heritage Association and to the Haitian community at large. The few times I got upset at her and she felt I was just about to strangle her, she would just stay quiet and look at me as though, well, that's me. You have to take me the way I am. And that would calm me down, and we kept working together year after year. So in closing, I must tell you, knowing Marie-Josée and based on the conversations we've had over the years, I can assure you, Marie-Josée would have been very proud to know that lately there were other organizations who came to push the DuSable agenda and turn the Lakeshore Drive into DuSable Lakeshore Drive. She would have been very proud of that. Marie-Josée would have been very proud that we embrace the indigenous people who received DuSable and Kitty Hawa, his wife, when they came here to this part of the Midwest in order to create this city that we call Chicago. Marie-Josée would have been very excited to know that we are working with the next generation, the students at Lake Forest College, the students at Illinois Institute of Technology, and of course, the students at University of Illinois at Chicago, who are welcoming us here tonight. She would have been so excited to know we have this kind of partnership and we are looking into the future. So it is with that spirit of courage and tenacity, up to the end, to her last day, she was a fighter. It is with that spirit that we are celebrating Marie-Josée tonight. And we're going to use her memory so that we can continue the fight for the recognition of Jean-Baptiste Pointe-DuSable. Now, in closing, thank you. Now, in closing, I'd like to call John, Marie-Josée's brother, to come and receive a plaque that the board of DuSable Heritage Association is offering to Marie-Josée posthumously. It says, in memory of Marie-Josée Saint-Preux, for over 10 years of dedicated service, you will always live in our hearts. From the board of DuSable Heritage.
Thank you, Serge. And at this moment, we'll ask everyone to have a moment of silence in tribute of Marie-Josée. Thank you. Marie-Josée might be gone, but definitely she's not forgotten. So let's give her a round of applause in her memory. So at this portion of our program, if I say Kitiwa, would everyone here know who I'm talking about? Great, great. So, who was she? DuSable, there you go. Kitiwa was DuSable's wife from the Potawatomi Nation, and in many ways, his partner in his many businesses. And I believe that Kitiwa was probably the first Haitian wife to make some maïs moulin and sauce pois for her husband. So tonight, we are fortunate to have with us a dear friend of DHA's, Starla Thompson. Starla is enrolled member of the Forest Band of the Potawatomi residing in northern Wisconsin. She has superb credentials. Research fellow at the University of Chicago, advocate, indigenous consultant, indigenous educator, scholar, and jingle dress dancer. Please help me to welcome Starla Thompson.
Miigwech for that kind introduction. Bonjour, Ndenwe Majanuk. Wabano Gija Kwe knows one, Gdede Nadodam. Isen Kagamok Ndonjaba, Elsie Johnson Nokomis, Bodwan Mi Kwe Anishinaabe Kwe and Dao. Good evening, my English name is Starla Thompson. My spirit name in Potawatomi translates to the first light that breaks the night woman. I come from the Otter clan of the Forest County and Santa Ynez Chumash Nations. My grandmother was Elsie Johnson from Stone Lake, Wisconsin. Thank you so much. I don't take for granted that I'm able to introduce myself in that traditional manner. I know it comes at the sacrifice of my ancestors and my relatives. Specifically, I come from a long line of matriarchs from the Great Lakes region. My grandmother, Elsie Johnson, and her mother before her were both boarding school survivors. And so I think this crowd might know a little bit about that, heard about it in the news, the findings in Canada with the residential schools. My grandmother had 5 daughters, of which my mother was born in 1959, and when she was born, she contracted tuberculosis. And in that day, when you contracted tuberculosis, they put you in a sanatorium. When my mother was there recovering, she was stolen and illegally adopted, which was a regular practice at that time. She was taken out west to Nevada, completely severed her tie, what was left of our lineage and our culture, after removal, assimilation, right? And really just raised with unspeakable abuse. So the reason I share this with you is because that is the inspiration for the work that I do. It's the inspiration for the fact that I'm a life giver. I'm a mother to 4 boys. And certainly it serves as a purpose in telling our story. So that's our family's story. And I think that stories are really important. I think the stories that we tell ourselves daily, as well as the stories that we invest in and perpetuate, are really important. And so this is why we're here tonight. We're here to celebrate the man, DuSable, right, and his wife. And so that story is really important, and it needed to be told. And so I'm just really honored to be here to be a part of that. But certainly the other half of that story is Kitihawa, and the Potawatomi woman that forged the relationship that allowed for it to happen, because quite honestly, this was all indigenous land. Everyone was a guest, right? So most certainly we needed her knowledge, her relationships, her diplomacy. And so I just really think that that story is really fascinating. And so that's the work that I do at the University of Chicago, is to research that and not validate it, because as a Potawatomi woman, the word for Potawatomi in our language is Bodewatami. And in that word is the word Ode, which means heart. So literally we are the heart of the nation. And we take that responsibility very seriously. As diplomats, as truth seekers, specifically for my family as medicine people, medicine women, as healers. So when I'm doing this research, I feel into my heart, I lean into my heart, because I already know who she was as a Potawatomi woman, and I want to honor that. So it's not a validation of who she is, but just really sharing her story with everybody else. So that's why I think stories are so important. And the other thing is, I think that is really commendable that the Heritage Association has done, is to dedicate the land. Land is so important. We are so disconnected from our land, whether it be as our food source or otherwise. And so Native people know this directly correlates to your family and how you treat your women. So I think that is really commendable. So I've written something about that, and my thoughts about the land and the way that, at least as a Potawatomi woman and as an indigenous woman, that we see that, and I'd like to share that with you. So as I mentioned, the oral tradition which I provided is something that keeps our history and culture as the Native people. Specifically for Potawatomi people, we are known as Anishinaabe, which is the original people of this land. And as the original stewards, we carry a sacred responsibility and relationship with the land. In our teachings are instilled humility, gratitude, reciprocity, with the knowledge that we are the last beings of creation. As Creator's most pitiful being, we understand that we need all other orders of life for survival. This includes clans, food, medicines, plants, and sacred spaces. Our homelands, including Nanak, Illinois, and the Great Lakes, hold a deep connection to Creator. This connection provides lessons for sustaining sacred relationships and a roadmap for living in accordance with all of creation. I'd like to add that there are no federally recognized tribes within the Illinois boundaries. Yet Illinois is the ancestral homeland to over a dozen Native American nations. Militarized removal and subsequent federal assimilation policies separated indigenous people from the land, from their homelands. This separation was the beginning of a great divide with the natural world in this country and many others. A price we are still paying today, and a price that has fully yet come to fruition. The fact that indigenous people endured and continue to act as stewards is a remarkable act of perseverance. So it's with gratitude and intentionality we honor the relationship indigenous people have with the land, and not just with our words, but in action. Now is the time. Our prophecies inform us. We are entering the 8th fire, in which we will choose either peace or total destruction. Therefore, I urge you to stand alongside indigenous people as caretakers of Mother Earth for the benefit of our future generations. Miigwech. So I just want to, so the dress I have on right now, it's called a jiggle dress. I think it's really appropriate for this time, and I'll just share a little bit about it. It's called the medicine dress, and if you've ever been to a powwow or anything like that, it's represented there, but this really comes from ceremony. It came from a dream, and it holds power. It is a physical form of a prayer, and even within each of these cones on my dress are medicine. And it's a representation of a prayer. So when I dance now for you, that's what I'm doing, I'm praying. And the other thing that I wanted to bring up is this handkerchief that we have here. This came, which I was unaware, this came from our Cree brothers and First Nations in Canada. And this was a gift from the Ukrainian people. And when they were exchanging and going through hardships. So I've been wearing it this whole time, and now indigenous people are learning even that history behind that, behind our brothers. So I think of them as I do this, and I pray now, but also not just them, anyone else that is struggling and going through difficult times. So the dance that I'm going to do right now is a traditional dance. The song is called Ikwe. It means woman. Okay.
Let's give it up for Miss Starla Thompson. That was a very, very beautiful, beautiful performance. And I just can imagine what it was like when Jean-Baptiste Pointe-du-Sable first came here and met his wife and her family and everyone. It's just the marriage between two cultures, between Haiti and the Potawatomi, has left an indelible mark here in Chicago. So thank you, Starla, for sharing that with us. Thank you so much. So just a reminder. So this reminder, you know that there is a silent auction going on right now, and many of you should have received a text on your phone bidding that's starting with the. So has everyone received their text? Has anyone started bidding? Has anyone started to take their checkbooks out? Credit card? We take PayPal, Cash App, everything. So I just walk back here and some of the auction items we have. So.
On peut rappeler que nous dans l'Université of Illinois, dans Chicago, dans la ville de Chicago, c'est l'image en direct. Et c'est une belle gala dîner ça, c'est un beautiful gala dîner. C'est la 15e édition, il faut dire, 15e fois que le gala dîner ça fait ça, Alors, une belle gala dîner avec des invités de marque. Donc, dans ce moment-là, nous avons rappelé que gala dîner ça, c'est pour une raison spécifique. C'est aider l'association ça pour qu'il ait envie héritage, monsieur ça, Jean-Baptiste Pointe-du-Sable. Jean-Baptiste Pointe-du-Sable, qui est même fondateur de la ville de Chicago, qui justement méritait qu'il y ait une mémoire, qu'il y ait un héritage, et bataille a commencé 15 ans de ça. Et bataille pas facile. On a retourné dans ça là, côté que justement, nous avons parlé tout à l'heure là de supporter l'association, donc gagner, on vend aux enchères qu'a fait. Là, c'est parti côté que y a demandé contribution, support, tout le monde qui a regardé, même nous-mêmes qui en balave là tout, nous sommes capables de supporter, nous sommes capables de participer. Merci pour ça.
Goods in your pocket. We also accept that too. We'll convert it. So, and just a reminder, your donation is going to a worthy cause. Just a reminder that DuSable Heritage Association is a nonprofit 501c3 organization, and our mission is to promote the legacy of Jean-Baptiste Pointe-du-Sable, the founder of Chicago, through educational and cultural activities. Since its creation in August 2002, DHA has welcomed individuals from diverse backgrounds with an interest in the life of DuSable, including the history, culture pertaining to the early settlement of the American Midwest. Your donation is going to continue to help send out information and programs, and also towards the development of DuSable Park. So please, everyone, I urge you to participate and bid and donate in any which way possible. All right? At this moment, I'd like to acknowledge some of our distinguished guests. First, I'd like to acknowledge our keynote speaker, Judge Lionel Jean-Baptiste. If you will please stand. Your Honor. Thank you. We also have Mr. Timothy Wright. He's a former cabinet member under Harold Washington's administration and is running to be a judge. So he's a future judge. I would suggest everyone get to know him in case you get a ticket and go to court. So, and last but not least, we'd like to acknowledge the Haitian consulate as well. All right, if you are here, just like to acknowledge them as well, the Haitian consulate. So welcome everyone, and also including our distinguished faculty here at UIC and everyone. And I'm sorry if I have missed you, please give me a zoclo later, all right? So last but not least, I'd like to also acknowledge my rib, my spiritual partner, and love of my life, my wife, Samia. Honey, if you'd like to stand, take a bow. No? Yes. They say, he who findeth a good woman findeth a treasure. Yes. They didn't tell me that treasure was going to be expensive. So, okay, at this moment of our program, we are going to introduce Mr. Paul Montes, President of the DuSable Advisory Council. This is DuSable Park time now. And as you know, it's been 35 years since Mayor Harold Washington dedicated 3.3 acres to the construction of DuSable Park. Well, you know, it's been only 35 years. Who's counting, though? But here to give us an update on the status of the park is the president of the DuSable Park Advisory Council, Monsieur Paul Montes. Paul, you have the floor.
Bonsoir, mesdames et messieurs. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Paul Montes, and I'm the president of the DuSable Park Advisory Committee. I regret not being able to attend this gala this evening. However, I'd like to congratulate DuSable Heritage Association on their 16th anniversary gala. DuSable Heritage Association has been a great partner and supporter of the development of DuSable Park. Their great leadership has been unwavering in their continued advocacy for the development of the park and the dissemination of information on Jean-Baptiste Plante DuSable. More than 30 years ago, in 1987, DuSable Park was dedicated by Mayor Harold Washington. The years have passed, and this 3.3 acre park has not been completed. However, I'm here to give you good news that the park's development is underway. As a point of reference, DuSable Park is located at the confluence of the Chicago River and the Ogden Slip. It is an undeveloped parcel that's east of DuSable Lakeshore Drive, just north of the Chicago River. DuSable Park can be seen from DuSable Lakeshore. First tower, DuSable Park will be built. Last year, the Park District, with its allocation of $5 million, has issued a request of proposals for design teams to work on the design and permit drawings for DuSable Park. There have been more than between 10 and 20 design teams that requested big packages and submitted proposals. The Park District took a unique approach on this park project in that they require the teams have more than 50% of the architectural work be performed by local minority or local female firms. Because of this highly visible and greatly significant park, there were submissions from an array of very talented groups that included local and internationally renowned architects and firms with partners here in Chicago. The Park District will soon be announcing the winning team at the next Park District meeting this month. This year, Related Midwest is scheduled to receive their foundation permits and start staging on the park site. This year, a sign or art installation will be placed on the site announcing the coming of DuSable Park. Over the following 2 years, Related Midwest should complete their first phase of their development, which will then give way to the completion of our DuSable Park. If Related Midwest is on schedule, we anticipate that DuSable Park will be completed by the summer of 2025. We look forward to DuSable Heritage Association's continued support and involvement in the development of DuSable Park. And I can't wait to see you at DuSable Park in 2025. Thank you and have a great evening.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you so much. The interest of the DuSable Park was not confined to an organization like DPAC or DHA or agencies like the Chicago Park District. Academia wanted a piece of the action. Here to speak about his students' perspective on DuSable Park is Professor Ronald Henderson, Director of the Master of Landscape Architecture and Urbanism program at Illinois Institute of Technology. Let's give it up for Dr. Ron Henderson.
We were saying it's a little bit of enemy territory for someone from IIT to be here at UIC. I want to thank everyone for the invitation for us to share the work of our graduate students in landscape architecture, reimagining DuSable Park. We're designers, so we have images. Here we go. Great. Can these front lights go down? Maybe. Perfect. Oh, it's big. Perfect. Yep. Next slide. Our students established a set of criteria. DuSable Park should foster the evocative power of landscape to occur in public space as a framework for memory. It should become a witness of the past and a voice of memory, embedded in everyday life, the voice that also calls for action and engagement with a better future. As a site of commemoration, it should become a public space of exception that can act as a repository of this community's commitment now and in future days to remember these people and that place. DuSable Park, as we've heard, is a complex natural history, closely resembled with the Dead River that flows into the Lake Michigan at Illinois Beach State Park. Our students visited this landscape, and I know we would welcome everyone from the DuSable Heritage Association and the DuSable Park Coalition to join us in a field trip to Illinois Beach, where we can show you the landscape that would have been very familiar to DuSable, unlike the Chicago River downtown. Our analysis confirmed that, yes, as we've heard, DuSable Park is at a pivotal location along the terrestrial public paths and trails of Lake Michigan and the east to west aquatic parks and walks of the Chicago River. What you might not think about, as these diagrams show, the park is a place of the morning sun. The rising sun will wash freely across DuSable Park, In the afternoon and the evenings, the buildings of the city will cast long shadows across this land. In our 8-foot diameter model, we were also able to study the park from the lofty prospects of multi-million-dollar condominiums. We celebrated the work of the students with an exhibition at the Galvin Tower at IIT, and we welcomed the DuSable Park Coalition and others to the south side. Students Davey Hines, Krista Dawson, and others walked through the exhibition with, among others, Mike Galvin, Board of Trustees, Chair of the Illinois Institute of Technology, where lively public conversations and intimate one-to-one conversations were enriched by the work of the students. And I'll share with you 6 of the students' work. Hans Friedel, Ridge and Swale. Hans explored the indigenous geomorphology that we learned at the Illinois Beach State Park to structure DuSable Park in a way that framed the DuSable family in their native landscape terrain. Krista Dawson, DuSable's shoreline. As with Hans, Krista amplified the natural history of the site, in her case in an investigation of the native waterways. Her work constructs a territorial ecosystem of waterways that also capture and phytoremediate rainwater that flows off of DuSable Lakeshore Drive. Davy Friday, Black Brutalism. Davy, who grew up in Bronzeville, wrote a powerful statement about his work, so I'll let his words speak. Davy wrote, "Black brutalism is a design investigation aimed at documenting, detailing, and transforming America's relationship with black people. Black brutalism creates something that appears monolithic, but is composed of many individual parts. It is inspired by the black complexion by favoring darker colors. Black brutalism acknowledges and amplifies black achievements. They create an environment where black people have the chance to excel." Eric Schiller, Enacting Memory. Eric's project explores the intimate space of domesticity. After all, the DuSables were a family. They lived in a cabin on a small plot of cultivated land. How does one reconcile that domesticity with the publicness of a public park? Eric compressed a remarkable meandering path, a 20-minute walk squeezed into this small park. 3 groves of trees orient visitors to histories, including a cabin, that also serves as a canoe-making workshop to perpetuate the park as an active site of work and learning. Brittany Salace, Sound Tactics. Brittany's research explored the quality of woodlands and prairies, those great landscapes of the Midwest, with a particularly strong investigation of the sonorous quality of trees. She deployed what she called loud trees along the western edge of the park, along DuSable Lakeshore Drive. These cottonwoods, which flutter in the wind, and aspens are joined by sound-producing sculptures that would reverberate across the park. Nick Myers, A Place of Fire. Lastly, Nick Myers explored DuSable Park as a site of ritual, a place that grounds the histories of the peoples of the DuSable and Kitihawa families, places where, for instance, the baby naming ceremony or other events may be able to be held, perhaps celebrated with fire. Nick extended the notion of ritual celebration by extending it throughout the city of Chicago's waterways. Here you see a diagram where he proposed for DuSable Day, perhaps Jean-Baptiste Pont-DuSable's birthday, that the city welcomes groups of canoes to ply the Chicago River from all across the city, from all across the nations, to paddle together through the city, down through the middle of the city, under the DuSable Lakeshore, DuSable Bridge, Michigan Avenue Bridge, past Pioneer Court, and together land at DuSable Park. The powerful presence of hundreds of canoes up and down the river would celebrate the DuSable family. On behalf of the Landscape Architecture and Urbanism program at IIT, I want to express our gratitude for being invited to contribute our energies to the mission of DuSable Park and to add our voices to the many others that have come before us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Anderson. We really appreciate your presentation. Once again, let's give him another round of applause. And it's individuals like you, Professor Henderson, that we appreciate as far as sharing this knowledge and involving your colleagues and your students to making this dream come to fruition. So we applaud you, and hopefully this will spread throughout many curriculums and all institutions as well. So thank you so much. All right, so this is the program. Just a reminder, just want to reach out to the folks who are here virtually. Welcome. We wish you were here, but still welcome, and I want to remind not only the folks at home, but everyone here that the bidding is about to close. We have some wonderful items. Make sure you follow the link and donate. Donate, donate. Somebody has to walk out of here with a brand new toilet. So definitely click the button and be able to place your bid. All right? Hey, this is another portion. I got another, you know you're Haitian. You know when you're Haitian when? You know you're Haitian when your parents use real masquiti for everything. They use it for a sprained ankle. They use it for a broken arm. They use it for an amputated leg. They even use it to fix that squeaky door. Real masquiti. You know you're Haitian when your parents threaten you with a riguoise and you don't know what it is. You're also Haitian when your parents threaten to send you to Haiti to live with your parents, your grandparents, and you've never been to Haiti. You're also Haitian when you are waiting for this program to end so you can go back home to your baboncool. All right, so now we come to the portion of our program. Haitian composer Sabrina C.D. Jean-Louis wrote La Cité Hommage to DuSable, the city, for DuSable Heritage Association and Crossing Borders Music in honor of DuSable. Sabrina couldn't be here with us today, but she wrote the following statement. I am Sabrina Jean-Louis. I'm a young Haitian woman composer. With my music, I want to represent my country the best that I can. My passion for composing music comes from my love for music. I have loved my traditional Haitian music from a very, very young age. And that defines my style as a composer. This piece, La Cité, wants to illustrate the legendary revolutionary blood that runs in Haitian veins. Haiti was the place where for the first time in human history, the slaves took their independence from their oppressors. And the fingerprints of that revolution are everywhere, even in Chicago, a city that was founded by a Haitian, Jean-Baptiste DuSable. I hope you enjoy the piece. Thank you. Without further ado, we have Sabrina Jean-Louis performance. Thank you so much, Sabrina. That was a lovely performance. Thank you so much, if you're listening. At this point, man, as I said, the DHA Gala is the capstone of DuSable Day here in Chicago and Corporation Day and Black History Month. A part of Black history that is hardly known in the Haitian Revolution of the 18th and 19th centuries. Here to speak about the historic solidarity between African Americans and Haitians, the historian and raconteur Charlot Lucien. Charlot Lucien is the founder of the Boston-based Haitian Artists Assembly of Massachusetts, a storyteller, and has been a guest lecturer on Haitian history and culture for the past 20 years in various venues in the US and abroad. He is currently pursuing a master's degree in international relations at the University of Massachusetts, where he is also a history instructor at McCormick Graduate School of Policy and Global Studies, focusing on the impact of the Haitian Revolution on the US abolition movement of the 19th century. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Charlot Lucien.
Thank you so very much for such a nice introduction. Is my mic working properly? Is my mic working properly? So, thank you again for such a nice introduction, and this is an honor to be part of this event. I know that by now many already know about the connection between Haiti and the US. And there are plenty of scholarly publications that clearly show the direct impact of Haiti's revolution on a series of exceptional historical events that took place throughout the 19th and the 20th century. Now, by exceptional, I am referring to the abolitionist movement, to the Emancipation Proclamation of January 1st, 1863, to the 1865 13th Amendment ratification. I am referring to the Louisiana Purchase that doubled the size of the US after the Europeans lost 90,000 troops in the Haitian Revolution. So this is not going to be an academic presentation since we have a very limited time, but I will provide some intriguing or little known facts, many of which have been silenced. And this is to quote the late Wolf Trouillot, who is formerly from the University of Chicago. So my hope is that you will take those facts and proceed with your own research, or also, very importantly, share with the youth. Now, it's hard to select among thousands of sources, but I will cite a few. For example, the Black Republic, African Americans, and the Fate of the Republic of Haiti by Brandon Bird, Toussaint Ouverture and the American Civil War by Matthew Calvin, and Haiti's Influence on Antebellum America by William Hunt, or possibly, I want to also cite Malcolm X's speech of 1965 on African American history. Let me quote him here. This was Malcolm X again in 1965. When you select heroes about which black people are to be taught, let them be black heroes who have died fighting for the benefit of black people. We never were taught about Dessalines or Christophe or Toussaint Louverture. It was the slave revolt in Haiti when slaves, black slaves, had the soldiers of Napoleon Bonaparte tied down and forced him to sell one half of the American continent to the Americans. Now remember, the sale of Louisiana was, in today's money, for the amount of $15 million. I repeat, $15 million, just 15 houses here in Massachusetts. And that literally doubled the size of the US to stretch out to the west side. So this is again to tell you that Malcolm X has the story. Now, let's go back to what I would call the beginning of history for those of you who are into international relations. That would be January 1st, 1804. Now, Haiti proclaims its independence on January 1st, 1804. And Dessalines is going to make his grand entrance in history with two acts. First, and I'm now thinking about Scarla, Haiti used to be Saint-Domingue or Santo Domingo, and the first act of Jean-Jacques Dessalines is to rename Haiti Haiti, of the native Taino, or if you wish, Indian name of what used to be Haiti. That was quite a visionary act. His second act, on April 14, 1804, Dessalines didn't lose time. He signed an edict that offered $40 to any American ship captain who would bring back from Jamaica or from the US any man or woman who was enslaved. Talk about, again, Dessalines opening up the door of freedom for blacks from the US. Now, let's continue understanding some immigration patterns. In 1824, President Jean-Pierre Boyer will enact an immigration policy for black Americans to migrate to Haiti, and that led to the migration of a few hundreds blacks to Haiti. And that was in the context of what was known back then as the American Colonization Society, promoting the relocation of blacks to Africa. So this kind of provided a framework for Abraham Lincoln to entertain, back in the early 1860s, what we should call the colonization experiment in Haiti, in Liberia. Now, it gets interesting when we learn that in 1863, an American investor, a kind of shady character, Bernard Koch, he persuaded the Lincoln administration to let him relocate 453 free blacks to the island of Île à Vache, if you wish, Cow Islands in English. And that was to work for his trade. Now, some of them got sick, but some of them rebelled against Koch's works condition. And you know why? It's because they saw some free Haitians roaming or walking around, taking care of their businesses, of their lands, of their cows, and their families. So they rebelled and refused to continue working for Koch. So ultimately, this whole experiment was going to fail, and Lincoln had no choice than to bring back the remaining 350 in 1865. However, the failure of this experiment in Île à Vache in Haiti will lead him to abandoned the concept of colonization to try to get blacks out of the US and to either send them to Haiti or to Liberia. And there is a great paper about this particular experiment called The Tragic End of Lincoln's Suicidal Folly. That was characterized by Professor Graham Welsh of Georgetown University. So what we need to remember with those examples is that Haiti has a tradition of hospitality for people fleeing persecutions, whether they are individuals such as Simon Bolivar from Venezuela, Jose Marti from Cuba in 1893, or whether they are immigrants from any other country, Poland, Israel, the US. So against this historical background, let's look at some events that we saw in the US recently. The horrendous, immoral, shameful images on TV that was in August 2021 when some 4,000 Haitian asylum seekers were brutalized on the Texas borders after they had crossed 11 South American countries. So when you keep those type of information, the historical ones, in perspective, your sense of what you saw become even more horrific. So let's go back again to history. In 1803, those Polish soldiers who were part of the Napoleon Bonaparte's armies that were sent to restore slavery in Haiti, they fled the French armies and joined the Haitian rebel to fight for freedom. Now, when Haiti became independent in 1804, they were, of course, unable to return to France or to Poland. Guess what? Jean-Jacques Dessalines gave them a portion of land in a place called Casal, and they were given protection and citizenship in the Black Republic. They become black men. In 1804 again, we did mention that Dessalines, he offered $40 American to those captains, British ships or Jamaican ships, to bring back enslaved people in Haiti. 1916 to 1918, we are now talking about World War I. So guess what again? You have a contingent of Arabs fleeing Lebanon who ended in America, and some of them resettled permanently in Haiti. So that's why we currently have a rich Haitian Arab community in Haiti that is actually well known. Now, in 1933, there was enacted in Haiti the Haiti's Aliens Residency Act. Guess what would be the impact of this act? Between 1939 and 1943, Jews fleeing Nazi persecution received Haitian citizenship in the Haitian embassy in Poland, and from there were able to flee to Haiti as refugee or asylum seekers. But at this point now that they are in Haiti with documentation, they are full-blooded Haitians. That, by the way, would explain that after the earthquake of 2010 that killed 250,000 people, the three nations that landed first in Haiti were the Dominican Republic, the US, and all the way from Israel, some of those planes landed in Haiti to try to help. That was on behalf of this solidarity. So I'm using these facts to come back in full circle to a slur that you heard about Haiti and Haitians and other communities in January 2018 from an American president. I'm going back full circle to those images that you saw on the Texas borders last year, August 2021. I'm going back now to the embarrassing and shameful expulsion policy happening this very year, 2022. This very year, 2022, some 500 Haitians are being expelled from the US forcibly to a country still reeling from the earthquake, from political hardship, and from what I call historical induced poverty from a $26 billion ransom from France imposed on Haiti and a 62 years embargo by the US from Jefferson until actually Abraham Lincoln stopped it in 1862. So let me end by telling you that back in 1993, the US enacted an immigration policy called the TPS, Temporary Protective Status, which is granted to individuals fleeing disasters, persecution, or humanitarian crisis. Now, I don't know what a perfect policy is, but I'm telling you, no respectable American leader, no respectable policymaker or student of history should never ever look at a Haitian asylum seeker and second guess what should be the correct policy for someone who came from such country. If ever there was a country that knows how to offer TPS, whether temporary, whether permanent, to all suffering people around the world, I swear to you, my friends, this country is called Haiti. Thank you again for supporting the association, and I wish you a very good evening.
That was very fascinating. Thank you once again, Monsieur Charlot Lucien. Let's give him another round of applause. Charlot Lucien, raconteur and historian. And we all have a raconteur in our family. Usually we say that's the person that talks a lot, but that's the hands down the history of generations of information within our family. Some people might call him a griot. Some people might say a blagueur. But we all have one in our family where we sit by their feet and we listen to the history, the rich history of our culture. So we really appreciate you, Monsieur Charlot Lucien. Thank you so much. At this moment, I'd like to announce that the silent auction is over. Bidding has stopped. And definitely, I want to encourage everyone that is here and virtually that if you would still like to donate, please follow the link that was given to you when you registered. It's a bidpal.net link. Click on that and make sure you give anything to help this cause, because without you, this organization would not be successful in getting this park together. Also, before you leave, we encourage everyone to at least grab a t-shirt here in support of DuSable. We have all sizes here, so don't be shy. Just make sure you grab your shirt as a memento of tonight's event as well. Once again, we'd like to recognize any dignitaries in the room. If I've missed you, this is the time you can raise your hand. Any dignitaries? If you feel you're important, raise your hand. There you go. And also, we want to acknowledge any dignitaries virtually that's watching our program. We also want to acknowledge the support of Mayor Lightfoot's office and working closely with DuSable. So if you are watching us virtually, thank you once again for your contribution. Now we're at this point where we are introducing a young educator, performer, and philanthropist. We're introducing none other, not Lizzo, but Lizzie G. Lizzie G. ABC7 Eyewitness News wrote a story about her and introduced her, and this is how it went. Lizzie G is an educated female rapper who works with Chicago public schools to inspire the youth through positive music. Her work increases student attendance and the engagement in school while strengthening habits of persistence. The ultimate goal is to help every student to achieve their maximum potential, both academically and artistically. The role she plays as an MC, mentor, and entertainer stimulates innovation, creativity, and critical thinking to increase civic engagement in students for our world today. Ladies and gentlemen, help me to welcome this wonderful, talented artist, Lizzie G. Are you ready for some fun?
Let's get it.
Here's Lizzie.
How you guys feeling this evening? If you're feeling blessed and happy to be alive, let me hear you say yeah. All right, I'm so happy to be here today in person with you all. I have not been at the DuSable Heritage Association Gala since 2020, so the COVID-19 pandemic did not stop our fun this evening. We are here gathered in person. Thank you so much to the DuSable Heritage Association president, the committee, for allowing me to entertain you all this evening. So thank you again for that beautiful introduction. Again, my name is Lizzie G. I'm a positive hip-hop artist, entrepreneur, and real estate agent, and I am passionate about working with our youth, city to city, country to country, to encourage them to pursue their dreams and stay in school at the same time. The music I'm going to be performing for you all this evening is in Creole, so I hope you enjoy it. This is just part one, and we're going to go ahead and get started. The first song is called Haiti Ensemble. So for all my Haitians out there, Sac Passe! Haiti Ensemble means Haiti together, and basically with everything going on in the world today, we definitely need to unite, and we definitely need to pray for Haiti for all of the things that is going on. 2 years ago, actually, I traveled to Haiti for the last time because I haven't been able to go in 2021 due to the civil unrest and things that's been going on. But through my organization, we do many mission trips in Haiti where we support a lot of the schools throughout Port-au-Prince. We do school supply drives, donating toiletries, school supplies, and backpacks to our youth. I perform for them, and the youth perform as well. And we just come and put smiles on their faces. And I want to also just honor We Care Charitable Foundation, who was organization who I go with as well, Roland Surprise. They were the organization that I first started going to Haiti with in 2011, and since then, them and my organization as well, Lizzie G Entertainment, we've been able to put smiles on these youth faces. So right now, this song, none other than Haiti Ensemble. Let's get it. Hey, hey, ça passe tout haïtien mieux. Hey, let's go. Hey, hey, hey. Haïti na cœur, ouais. Haïti's in my heart. Hey, Haïti na somme. Haïti sous tête, ouais. Let's go. Really, Haïti ensemble. Let's go. Hey, Haïti na cœur, ouais. Haïti, c'est un bel petit pays. C'est la donne, cœur, moi v'lais vivre. On met tête ensemble pour changer pays nous. Pour Haïtien suspendre, parti quitter pays nous. Haïtien remet pays nous. D'amour, pays nous. Pas qu'un temps nous gaspiller en nous joignant plan. Si nous travaillons ensemble, nous tout à unité. En nous travaille vite pour si nous n'y qu'à jouer. Haïti's in my heart. Yes. Haïti's in my blood. Haiti's in my head. Let's call Haiti together. Haiti together, let's go. Haïti na comme Haïti na somme. Haïti sous tête moi. Really, Haïti ensemble. How many of y'all love this beautiful country of Haiti? Parlez, Haïti, let's go. Hey, Jésus a venu. Yes, he is. Parlez, Haïti, let's go. Jésus a venu. Hey, en unité. Nous devons unité. Haïti ensemble. Haïti ensemble. Hey, parlez. Hey. I love Haiti because that's where my parents are from, and now I love to go and give back, and that's a fact because I love the country and the food and the culture, and that's where I'm gonna be at. So we gotta continue to support Haiti. Even when we in Chicago, you know where I be. Shout out to the youth, shout out to my team. Haiti together, that's my dream. Haiti na comme hey, Haiti na somme. Hey, Haiti sous tête, ouais. Really, Haiti ensemble. Haiti's in my heart. Let's go. Haiti's in my blood. Hey, Haiti's on my head. Let's roll. Haiti together. Let's go. Let's go. If you know the challenges going on in Haiti, I need you guys to continue to support through prayer, through donations, through philanthropy, because now more than ever, they need our support. I can't wait to get back to you all later and do some more music, all right? Let's get it.
Let's give it up for Lizzie G. Haiti no comme Haiti l'ensemble. I'm gonna be singing that on the way back to Detroit. I know the Fugees are looking for somebody too, so. Thank you so much. That was a wonderful performance. Definitely make sure that you text to donate. Once again, this is a very important evening, and this whole event could not be done without you and the support and also the philanthropic dollars of people like you. So please, text to donate. By the end of this evening, we'd appreciate anything that you can contribute. All right, so next portion of our program. Now, it's my honor to introduce the main event of the evening, the DuSable Scholars Program, the brainchild of Dr. Jeremiah Abiyati, Executive Director of the DuSable Scholars Program. The DuSable Scholars Program is named after Jean-Baptiste Point DuSable, the founder of the first non-indigenous settlement amongst the Potawatomi people on the Chicago River. DuSable is widely credited as the founder of modern-day Chicago. The DuSable Scholars Program is a community of talented students and faculty and staff working towards the goal of achieving excellence in academic and research. To do this, we identify and support talented Black Native. Dr. Abiyati is also the co-founder of Bronzeville Growth Partners, where they support Black, especially Black women entrepreneurs and others from marginalized backgrounds, and also businesses needed for thriving farm-to-table, the farm-to-food ecosystems. Also, he also serves as the coordinator of the UIC Louis Stokes for Alliance for Minority Participation Program, LSAMP, where he established the Future Leaders in Academia, Medicine, Engineering, and the Science, FLAMES, to support talented students to graduate and professional school doctorates. He also served as the faculty director, associate professor of Department of Mechanical Engineering, Mechanical and Industrial Engineering. This is UIC's President's Award Program for the STEM Initiative. Also, he served as assistant professor at the Department of Material Science and Engineering and Department of Mechanical Engineering at Virginia Tech. He's a Timbuktu Academy Award winner as well. He received his BA at Southern University and Agriculture Mechanical College, and also earned his PhD at the University of Florida. He is also a postdoctoral fellow, magnetism, high temperature superconductivity, pulse laser deposition. Okay, Elon Musk, you better watch out. Also, cannot forget, he is a distinguished member of Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated by way of Beta Pi chapter. Without further ado, it is an esteemed honor to introduce a true man of Omega, my fraternity brother, Dr. Abiyati. The floor is yours.
So give a hand to our MC. He's doing an outstanding job. So I've learned a few things tonight. One, that I might be a little bit Haitian, because we certainly had the living room that you couldn't spend time in and the plastic furniture. And my grandmother certainly had the chamber pot also. So I'll say Nabule when I hear Sapasek. I'm very humbled about being here for a number of reasons. But among them, my son is the AV assistant here, and I know many times he's wanted to hit a mute button when I'm going on at home, and he actually has one now, so I'll try to be good so he doesn't do that. So my journey to this point actually started in 1995, and although I'm the director of this program, I certainly am not the sole person who's providing leadership here. I want to make sure to acknowledge our faculty and staff before I get started. Dr. Mikhail Gonzalez-Meller, please stand up. So he's the associate director for the associate director of the program for students in the College of Liberal Arts and Sciences. Dr. Bernie Santos-Hierro, who's sitting in the back. He's a research professor in pharmaceutical sciences and also the director of research initiatives in the Office of Diversity. I see Dr. Aisha El-Amin over here. Dr. Aisha Al-Amin is the Associate Vice Chancellor for Equity and Belonging here at UIC, and really just a person who has led so many initiatives related to black students that we're honored to have her on our leadership team. As I mentioned, my journey to this point started in 1995 when I got a phone call from a man named Jola Bagayoko, and the students have heard me say this, so forgive me for repeating this story. I had just graduated from high school. I had applied to Southern University, and I had intended to study mechanical engineering. I had no idea what engineering was, no idea what electrical engineering. I decided not to do electrical engineering because I didn't want to go into people's houses and install like wiring. That's what I knew about electrical engineering. And I was like, I kind of like cars, so I'll do mechanical engineering. So at this time, in my really naive state, I had applied to Southern University in Baton Rouge. I got a call from a professor there. His name is Jola Bagayoko. He's from Mali. He is descendant of the famous Bagayokos who taught at Timbuktu in West Africa in Mali. So I got a call from this man. He has a very deep voice. As you know, Mali is a francophone country. They speak French. And so when he called, I was unfamiliar with, this Malian accent, so I thought it was my friend playing on the phone. So he's like, may I speak to Jeremiah, please, like in his Malian accent. So I mimicked it. I was like, yes, this is Jeremiah, trying to mimic a Malian accent. And his next words were like, young man, but he said it as if you can see the exclamation point. So I actually stood up, like physically stood up. I was like, I'm so sorry, sir, can you tell me your name again? I'm so sorry. He's like, I thought you were serious, but you seem like you're not very serious. I may have I may have called the wrong person. And so I asked him, can you please give me another chance? I'm sorry, I thought you were my friend. I apologize. What are you calling me about? He's like, I would like to invite you to apply for a scholarship from the NASA Undergraduate Student Award for Research. So I was like, of course. I was first generation student. My parents at that time had not gone to college. My mom now has a master's degree, and my father is finishing his last 24 credits at Chicago State. And so I asked him, what do I need to do? And he said, well, come to my office on Monday. I want to see you in person now, because he probably was a little bit shaky. So I went to his office and I asked him, what are the benefits of the scholarship? He said, well, it will pay your room and board, meaning your housing plus meal. It will pay your tuition. It will pay for your books. Plus, it will give you $12,000 per year in your pocket. So I'm a poor kid. Had no idea how I was going to pay for college. This is May 1995. I'm supposed to start in August. So, of course, I said, sign me up. What do I need to do? He said, I want you to change your major to physics. I was like, okay, whatever. I'll change my major, whatever. So I changed, I was like, I agreed to that. And I said, what else do you need me to do? He said, I need you to write an essay. And I was like, okay, when is it due? He said, Friday. I said, me trying to be impressive, I said, I'll give it to you on Thursday. He said, no, sit down right now at the computer and write it now. So I sat down at the computer, I wrote the essay, printed it out, he made some edits, we went back and forth. Make a long story short, I got the award from NASA, and I became a member of the Timbuktu Academy at Southern University. So the basic idea behind Timbuktu was to produce people who will be standing here like I am today. So I want to thank Dr. Jola Bagayoko, because if it wasn't for his vision, his effort, and also the effort of his wife, Dr. Ella Kelly, who's passed on, she was a chemistry professor, and other researchers and professors at Southern University, I would not be here today having this conversation, because I did not know this was possible. So what I want to do is give a brief introduction to the DuSable Scholars Program, and also highlight our students, because this is what we're here for, to highlight our talented students. And at the end of our show, we're going to highlight some students who've achieved above and beyond. Can you go back one? To the second one, please. Sorry. Okay, so the DuSable Scholars Program, as you know, is named after Jean-Baptiste Point DuSable, and there's a particular reason why we decided to name this program after Mr. DuSable, or as us Chicagoans would say, DuSable. Please forgive me, the French speakers in the room. We wanted to root this program in the achievements and in the achievements of Black Chicago and in the community of Black Chicago. So as when we decided on this name, it occurred to us that we didn't know if we actually could use the name. We didn't know if there was a family or a foundation that controlled the name. And so we did a Google search just to see what organizations were out there. And I live in Bronzeville, so I know about the DuSable Museum. And I came up with DuSable Heritage Association. So I sent them an email, and ETSA responded back to me. And to show you how the universe works, I had just met ETSA a couple of months before that working on a UIC project. We were trying to transfer a grant. So we began talking about what we wanted to do. He's very, very open to it. He and Dr. Pierre-Louis, very open to working with UIC and working with us as a community partner. So we decided to select this name. What we provide our students is a 4-year scholarship. They get on-campus housing. We support their meal plan, and we provide a $6,000 per year scholarship. And we're hoping, as we fundraise, to actually increase that to full awards and research stipends similar to what I received as an undergraduate. Our students live in learning communities, so they all live on campus. And we're actually in the process of selecting cohort 2. So we have 19 students right now. We're selecting 20 students. We interviewed 55 students. Average GPA of those students was 3.8. So it's going to be very, very difficult to whittle down to 20. Can you go to the next slide? So the values of the DuSable Scholars Program are listed here, and I won't read them all, but I want to emphasize a couple of them. One is that we really are pushing scientific literacy and research immersion. We see these students as the leaders of the future. Dr. Giola Bakayoko, no one would call him humble. And he wasn't humble at Southern. He wasn't humble when he went to American Physical Society meeting. He used to say, I've given up the pursuit of the Nobel Prize so that I can produce 10 Nobel laureates. So I'm not as braggadocious as Dr. Bakayoko, but we do expect that these students that we're supporting in this program will be leaders in their chosen fields in the future. So we're emphasizing research immersion, scientific literacy, and we also are putting we're putting extra emphasis on development of culturally affirmative identities. We want our students to understand that who they are is enough. They don't have to change who they are in order to be successful in STEM, despite people not looking like them in most of the STEM professions. We are also emphasizing a shared celebration of successes and overcoming of challenges. And I want to repeat that point again. One of our community values is that we emphasize shared celebration of successes and overcoming of challenges. So when one person in our community wins, we all win. And if one person in our community has a challenge, it's all of our responsibility to meet that challenge. So I'm the director of the DuSable Scholars Program. You've gotten a chance to see Dr. Michael Gonzalez-Meller. Dr. Carmen Lilly is not able to make it here tonight, and we see a number of other people who are listed here as our team members in support. I want to especially highlight Dr. Amalia Polaris, who is the Vice Chancellor for Diversity here at the University of Illinois Chicago. This program is rooted in her office. It's being supervised by her office with support from Jay Mueller and other people in her office. To our students, oftentimes we don't know what people are going through when they're supporting you. There are a number of people here who have profound challenges that they're facing with their families, but they're still committed to you. So for example, Dr. Fent, her mother just had a stroke, and one of her main regrets was not being able to celebrate with you. And Evan Vincent, our graduate student, research assistant for the program, his godmother has had to be put in hospice today. So I've communicated with both of them very, very recently, and they're like, how are things going? I wish I could be there tonight. So there are a lot of people who are pulling for you, and as you can see, there are a lot of people here who are getting to know you tonight that are also pulling for you. So we want to just highlight our students. We ask the students to tell us where they're from, to tell us what high school they went to tell you what their professional goals are, tell you what they're proud of, and to tell you what they're hopeful for. So I'll let you read the slides, and I'll just say a little bit about them. Christian is a light for the program. If research is about questioning, we can say very confidently that he's well away onto his Nobel Prize because he always has a number of questions. CJ Nwonye is also a true light for the program. One of the things I really admire about CJ is he brings his whole self to all of our interactions. He's very, very open about expressing himself, and he just has a joy about himself that I think infects all of us. Mikey Bello is, I think, our low-key comedian. He has this kind of like deadpan delivery that I think sometimes he doesn't really recognize the wit that he brings to a room and to discussion, but he always has something insightful to say, and he's very, very quiet, and I really appreciate when he speaks up. So Sean, I remember when I interviewed Sean about a year ago, and he said multiple times, I just get my job done. I just like to get my job done. And we've seen that over the past 6 months or so, that Sean truly does get the job done. Christy Jackson is very, very quiet. If you sit next to her, you might not even notice that she's there, but she's a powerhouse, and you're gonna see why when we talk about our honorifics later on this evening. She's doing an outstanding job, and look out for her. She's a force to be reckoned with. Sarah Hussein has really distinguished herself over the past semester also as a quiet contributor to the program. As I mentioned, we interviewed 55 students over the past 4 weeks or so. Sarah, I think, probably did 12 to 15 of them by herself. So she really dedicated herself to making sure the next cohort that we welcome in, they have a student experience in the interview, and she did a great job providing insightful questioning, responding to the questions of our students. I really appreciate you for that. Hanifa Shonai is one of our younger students in the program. She started college at 16, and that's about the age of my son, so I couldn't believe it when she told me that she was 16. Her parents are here. Please stand up. So they should be incredibly proud of her. Despite her young age, she's shown an incredible maturity about knowing what she wants to do with her career, about identifying opportunities. She's decided that she wants to pursue engineering, but she still has some entrepreneurial goals, and she has some goals to make an impact in healthcare. So Asayavan is also one of our quiet powers. Asayavan, I don't think I've ever seen Asayavan in a bad mood. She usually has like a very pleasant smile, very pleasant demeanor. I was talking to someone about her this morning, someone that I referred Asayavan to them for a research position, and he was like, yeah, I finally met her. He's like, wow, she's ready. She's ready. So she's an outstanding student, and we're very, very proud to have her in the organization. So Malik is from the south suburbs. Malik is also like Asayavan. I don't think I've ever seen Malik like frustrated or aggravated or upset. He always has a pleasant demeanor. He always seems to be looking at things on the bright side. He's one of our computer science students. And one of the things that I see about Malik is that he is serving as a tie between the different groups of students in different housing and different dorms. And I am very, very happy to have him also in the program. So Larry is also a computer science major. One of the things that surprises me about Larry is that Larry actually has quite a bit of community service. He was one of the student leaders in the school district there in the south suburbs, but you wouldn't realize that if you just talk to him because he's so quiet. But then when you start to talk to him, you see the things that he's done, and it's very, very impressive. So Fatu is a student from CPS, from Kenwood Academy. Fatu is very, very businesslike. She's purposeful about identifying opportunities. She has wide-ranging interests beyond STEM. She's doing a double major where she's studying French also, and she's also looking forward to studying abroad. So those of you who speak French, you have someone here that you can communicate with here in Fatu. Blossom is our social media influencer. She has, I don't know how many thousands of followers on social media. Sometimes you can see her walking around with the camera, like doing for YouTube. Blossom is also a great connector. Like, she is a person who identifies opportunities, and she is willing to share those with other students in the program. So Aria is also one of our students that is always pleasant. I've never seen Aria in a bad mood. Doesn't mean that she doesn't have them. I'm sure she does. But whenever we're in class, she's always pleasant. She's very, very thoughtful. When she makes contributions in class, you can tell that she's thought about them. And her mother and her aunt, are they still here? Oh, they left. So her mother and aunt were here in support of her. So Kalia is one of our out-of-state students. She's from Minnesota. She wasn't feeling well, so she left. Kalia is one of the students who is, I don't believe that there's a such thing as natural-born leaders, but if they are, she definitely has that leadership trait. She's emerged as one of the students who gets our DuSable scholars on task, and she's emerging as a leader both in our program and also in my department. I had the pleasure of having her in my class last fall, and she was head and shoulders above pretty much everyone else. Kyoko is also in my department. I haven't had an opportunity to have her in my class, but she was taking the same section as that I was teaching. And Kyoko has, she also has this quiet power, and you see this as a theme for the students in the program. Some of them are not very, very vocal, but when you start to talk to them and you hear about their interests, you're like, this student is going places. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Kyoko designing the next generation NASCAR to win the Daytona 500 in the coming years. So Zora is a true delight to have in the program. Zora is one of the students that when she comes into the room, you can tell she just is radiating positive energy. I've seen Zora walk around campus sometime, and she'll walk and she'll stop, she'll look at something, she'll take it in for a little bit, and you can tell she's making like a mental note, and then she goes on. And I'm like, that's very, very unique. I really appreciate people who have the confidence just to be themselves like Zora does. Tia is also one of our students who, as attested to by other students, is one of the students that serves as a connector, one of the students that serves as a person who wants everyone to get along. Tia also is willing. She expresses her opinion, but one of the things that I like about Tia is if she hears something that is different from her opinion, like sometimes we have discussions in class, Tia will provide an opinion, and then people will say things against her opinion, and she'll like, that's a good point. I didn't think about that. And that's the mark of a true scientist. So Fatima is one of our students. All of them are STEM majors. Fatima is an excellent writer. We've asked students to write vision statements. We've asked them to write short essays. Fatima's writing is always very, very clear. It's very, very open. She's comfortable expressing herself. Fatima has an incredible drive. She's had to do a lot of things that some students have not, but she faces those challenges with positivity and with consistency, and I'm very, very sure that she's going to be successful. And Zaria, as you can see here, has an artistic flair. She is designing our DSP shirt. So many of our students have artistic interests. Zaria took the initiative to actually come up with some designs. So each of the students will have a t-shirt that's designed by Zaria. Okay, so this is it for the basic overview of our students. What we wanted to do was recognize some students whose achievement is above and beyond. So we have two types of honorifics. One of them is high honors for academics. So these are students who've had GPAs of 3.8 or higher for the fall semester. So when I call your name, I want you to just stand up and be recognized by the crowd. Michael Bello. Asayavan, stay standing, please. Asayavan Omozuzi. CJ Nwonye. And CJ's parents are here also. I forgot to recognize them in the back. And Christy Jackson. She had to step away. She was going to try to make it back. So you all stay standing. I would like to also recognize our students that had a 3.5 GPA or higher. Please stand up. Those of you who had I know we had some students, 3.5 GPA or higher. Christian, Fatu, Hanifa. So I would like to recognize our students who completed the semester as a full-time student, still in the STEM major. I would like you all to stand up. Those of you who completed your semester, full-time student in STEM major. So if you notice, all of our students are standing because they all completed their semester as full-time students in STEM, which is very, very hard. The attrition rate in our STEM programs is very, very high. And the program GPA, this is all of our students, the average GPA was 3.43. Okay? So this is the average GPA for our students. Thank you all. So we have some tokens of your achievement that I was supposed to bring today, but we had to take my younger son to the hospital. He had, we thought he had a broken toe. Thankfully he doesn't, but that took up most of the day. So we'll get those tokens to you. So in closing, I also want to acknowledge some offices that we collaborate with on campus. The UIC Chance program, the director was here. He had to step away, Mr. Kendall Parker. The African American Academic Network that's led by Jeff, he also had to step away. He was also here. And of course, the Office of Diversity, which is supervising this program, allowing us to do it out of their unit. Some of you have heard that our chancellor is leaving to be the president at the University of South Carolina. So one of the things that our chancellor did when he met these students is that he committed to not only 4 years of support for these students, but to supporting this program. So when you meet the chancellor, those of you who, the dignitaries here, the high rollers, the people of distinction, our students, when you meet the chancellor, tell them that you've been exposed to the DuSable Scholars Program and ask questions about when that support is going to be concretized, because he's made the commitment. We expect him to follow up on it, which I expect 100% that he will, and we look forward to having future cohorts in the coming up. So lastly, I just want to say that there's a statement that Dr. Bagayoko used to make. He used to always say, and I don't think this is original to him, many people have said this. He said, in complex processes, good faith and goodwill are not enough. You need know-how, you need sustained effort, and these are more often necessary than not. So having good intentions is not enough. We need people with expertise like the faculty and staff that you saw recognized tonight. We need people that have close hands to purse strings to actually support these programs. So thank you all for your support of us and these students, and also look forward to great announcement from us. We just got our first commitment of a $100,000 check to support our students. We're trying to raise $1 million this year. And I would like to say, this is not someone that I pitched. This person read an article about DSP, and they asked, how can they help? So keep doing a great job, students. Thank you.
Everyone, give it up for Dr. Jeremiah Abiati. Dr. Abiati, if you could hold one moment, if you could come back up. At this moment, I'd like to ask Serge and Ezer to come to the stage. Ezer, Serge, board members of, and Nicholas. So on behalf of the board of the DuSable Heritage Association, Our president would like to present this special award to Dr. Abiadi.
Dr. Abiadi, what an honor to give you this plaque, which reads, "With our sincere appreciation to Professor Jeremiah Abiadi for your engagement as Executive Director of the DuSable Scholars Program at the University of Illinois, Chicago, to advance the legacy of Jean-Baptiste Pointe DuSable. DuSable Heritage Association, March 5th, 2022.
Thank you. Thank you. Congratulations.
Good job. Good job.
Thank you. Thank you. So appreciate it.
Let's take a picture.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Abiadi. There is a Latin phrase that says, ad astra per aspera. Ad astra per aspera is a Latin phrase that says, through hardships to the stars, meaning to reach the unattainable, the dream is the realization of the impossible. So I want to say to the students, continue to reach for the stars. You are trailblazers. You are my heroes. So continue to do the work. And once you reach the epitome of your career, remember to lift others behind you as you climb. Okay? Give him a round of applause. Okay. So, and this is the reason why we ask everyone to donate, because of programs such as the DuSable Scholars Program. We want everyone to contribute. This is where your dollars go. This is not just to raise money for another party. This is for work that needs to be done and to maintain the integrity of the spirit of Jean-Baptiste Pointe DuSable, as he was a trailblazer. Like these students are trailblazers as well. So thank you guys. Next, we talk about Francie Bordeaux-Griffin, an accredited interior designer, architectural designer, and a licensed general contractor. She has created award-winning designs projects for her clients the world over. Her work can be found in Paris, St. Kitts, St. Thomas, St. Croix, Florida, New York, New Jersey, Atlanta, and Chicago. This is an amazing place that also houses a gorgeous art gallery. Just Google it, www.bordeaux, B-O-U-R-D-E-A-U, Griffin.com, and be ready for an experience in class and creativity. Bordeaux Griffin Center is a proud sponsor of this year's gala. Please do your bidding. Do it to support our goals for the DuSable Park, for DuSable Scholars Programs, and good luck as well. Thank you so much. And once again, I'd like to mention bidding has stopped, but continue to text, follow the link that you've been given when you register for folks that are here and that are joining us virtually, okay? So we reached the point in our program where it's an honor to introduce our keynote speaker. Our keynote speaker is a prominent Haitian American with extraordinary credentials. The Honorable Circuit Judge Lionel Jean-Baptiste served 3 terms as Second Ward Alderperson before his appointment to the Cook County Circuit Court in 2011. He was the first Haitian American to be sworn in as a judge by the Illinois Supreme Court. While on City Council, he was instrumental in establishing Evanston's minority-owned, women-owned, and Evanston Business Enterprises Development Committee, as well as the city's youth services outreach team, according to Rathway. Jean-Baptiste helped lay the foundation for Evanston's reparations program 2 decades ago by advocating a resolution to study reparations in the city. One of his colleagues, Alderman Melissa Wayne of the 3rd Ward, have reflected on sitting with the council with Jean-Baptiste and and reflected what a privilege and honor it was to serve with them. Winneko Brathwaite is noting that the judge and his family have always been articulate advocates for improvements to youth and city services. So it was then Alderman Jean-Baptiste who kept pushing this council and pushing our city staff about what the kids who fall through the cracks. In December of 2021, the city recognized former Second Ward Alderperson Lionel Jean-Baptiste with an honorary street naming last week for his decades of public service. The portion of McDaniel Avenue between Crane Street and Dempster Street, where Jean-Baptiste has long resided, was renamed Honorable Lionel Jean-Baptiste Way. After City Council voters unanimously to rename the street, he recently received an honorary key to the city in May of 2021. Ladies and gentlemen, help me to welcome our keynote speaker of the evening, the Honorable Circuit Court Judge Lionel Jean-Baptiste.
Good evening, everybody. I know it's been a long evening, so it's a contact, my friend, with whom I serve in the new coalition of Haitian American organization of the Chicagoland, only gave me about an hour to speak. So, but I want to say it is an honor to be here with you tonight and to have been chosen to speak before you, especially since tonight we're honoring Marie-Josée Saint-Pour as well. Marie-Josée Saint-Pour, for those of you who worked with her, knew that she was a no-nonsense kind of person. She would tell the truth. She was not self-centered. She worked hard, and she made sure that whatever it is, the mission that you agreed to pursue is what you would need to work on. Oh, I got an echo. So I am so happy to be here to be able to share this moment honoring her. And I would say that she worked to the last minute. She died last year. It was a significant loss. And I think that the ancestors, you would agree with me, will embrace her, especially her sister, Donnie. Her sister was a hard worker herself who pushed the envelope and really modeled the behavior that Marie-Josée followed through her time of activism in the Chicago community. I know that Edzer and the board of DHA will miss her dearly for her work. As I said, I work with Edzer in a coalition that is seeking to help out the new migrants who come to Chicago, who are coming to Chicago, who are seeking to adjust their quality of life. Unlike the Afghan and the Ukrainians, we don't have government embrace to Haitian migrants who come through here. It's always been a struggle, so we've had to do for ourselves. And some of the leadership of the coalition is sitting here at table number 6. Could you guys stand up and wave? You can stretch, get a little exercise. Yes, that's right. We have Jacques on that table. We also do work to try to see how we can assist to troubleshoot the governance crisis that we have in Haiti. Those of you who know the history, you know good and well that Haiti ought not be in the position that it is now, but for the kind of exploitation, oppression that it has suffered over more than 200 years. And also, but for the complicity of some of the folks inside of Haiti, some Haitians who have decided to compromise the interests of the nation. So we fight to try to see if we can make a difference. And we think that as the DuSable Heritage Association, the perseverance is what will get us to where we need to get to. Without struggle, there can be no progress. It's Frederick Douglass who said that. And it is that kind of model that I think that exemplified the work of Jean-Baptiste DuSable. You know, one of the things that happen in our general struggle is that sometimes we don't appreciate what it takes to get to where we got to get to. If we don't get it right away, we think that, oh, you know, the struggle is lost. If in our generation we don't get it, we think the struggle is lost. But look at where we've come from. We're not in 1619 anymore, people. This is not Jamestown, Virginia. And for Haitians, we're not in 1492. We've struggled, we've made changes, and we've advanced. But it is through our perseverance that we'll make the kind of difference that we should make. Again, if there's no struggle, there can be no progress. If you don't move quantitatively to try to do what you have to do, one step at a time, you will not get to that qualitative leap. It's from quantity to quality. You put a pot of water on the fire, you increase the temperature, and sooner or later, you have a qualitative leap because that liquid turns into gas. Our struggle has been one that necessitated perseverance in order to try to move the process forward. Jean-Baptiste DuSable is the kind of individual who came through here out of Haiti, which at that time was under intense slavery. And we know that the story, the clear story, the specific history is still being researched. But the reality is this was the period of time where we as African Americans, as Africans, whether you were mulatto, black, you were things, you were commodities. And you were not considered to be human beings, considered worthy and able to make a difference in life. You made a difference because it is through your exploitation that Europe has been built, that the United States has been built, that Latin America has been built. But you were not considered valuable. But Jean-Baptiste DuSable himself stepped out to pursue a life as he should. It was his right. He traveled out of St. Mark. He came to the United States through New Orleans. He traveled through the Mississippi River, came up north, and encountered people different than him. But instead of engaging in exploitation and thievery and violence, he embraced those that he encountered. He not only embraced them, but he married into the new people that he encountered. We all know he married a Potawatomi woman, Kitty Howard. We all know that they moved up north from Peoria to the Chicago, what is now Chicago, to the bank of the Chicago River. And for those of you who might study urban development, most cities develop out of the kind of commerce centers that are established through roads and waterways. And so he established business, and he made sure that the people that he was living with, he was coexisting with, that he shared his goodness, his wisdom. He didn't engage in the process of tearing down what he found. We stand on the shoulder of Jean-Baptiste Point du Sable. And it is from his shoulder that we reach to do more to reaffirm his values, his humanity, and his contributions. When we, your people, Jean-Baptiste Point du Sable, came into consciousness of your contribution, we began to work for your recognition. We realized that we had to go beyond words to bring about qualitative recognition of your contribution as the founder of Chicago. We understood that without the struggle, then we would fall for the kind of manipulation, the kind of lies that say Jean-Baptiste Point du Sable was French, he was Canadian, he was anything but what he really was. And that's why the activists of Jean-Baptiste Point du Sable fought to recognize, to move to this new phase of the legacy as the theme of today's gala. But getting to that new phase of the legacy is why, through our predecessors, we established a number of steps. In 1934, we established the DuSable High School in the city of Chicago. In 1961, Margaret Burroughs Taylor and others established the Great DuSable Museum of African American History. That is why Leslie Benodin, one of our Haitian citizens living here, working here, commissioned the creation of a bronze bust of Chicago Point du Sable in 2009. This bust sits at 400 North Michigan Avenue in the plaza near the Chicago River. That is why we officially renamed the DuSable Bridge on October 2010 to honor Jean-Baptiste Point du Sable. It is through our perseverance that we continued through Black Heroes Matter to establish to rename the iconic Lakeshore Drive as the Jean-Baptiste Point du Sable Lakeshore Drive, 18 miles long, running through Chicago. And that is why even in Brooklyn, Flatbush Avenue has now been co-named Jean-Baptiste Point du Sable Boulevard. So it is through the perseverance of activists like those from DHA that we arrive at this particular moment. It has been 34 years, as you heard already, that the great Honorable Mayor Harold Washington and leaders of his administration dedicated 3.3 acres of lakefront land to build a park to memorialize the accomplishment of the Chicago's founding father. It has been that long, but it has been because of the perseverance of DHA and other leaders that we now are moving closer and closer. You heard the report, you heard the particular design proposals. Are we all right? Okay, I didn't want Israel to pull me off the stage. Because you did give me an hour, man. So it is because of that perseverance that we now at the point where DHA is saying we are at the new phase of the legacy. The new phase of the legacy to build the DuSable Park. And you heard the explanation. At this particular point in time, I read a statement by the mayor of Washington, of the city of Chicago, who stated that they have private developers who are prepared to invest $10 million, and the city will invest another $30 million for the full development of the park. And we know that it probably will cost more, but we are at the precipice. Now we have people putting bids. We are advancing forward to move to that final phase of that legacy, or to that next phase of the legacy. It is through that struggle, that perseverance, that we are now at the point where we are reclaiming Jean-Baptiste Point du Sable. These scholarships in the name of Jean-Baptiste Point du Sable, that's another step in that direction. So now we no longer have to fight the fight that we historically have had to fight for recognition of our own accomplishments. You know, we no longer have to fight for Egypt to be considered in Africa. You know, we've had to wage that kind of fight. Or Cleopatra to be considered black. We still may have to fight for Jesus, who had woolly hair, to not have to be considered to have blonde hair. We may have to fight for other battles. But the bottom line, people, it is through our struggle that we change the course of history. And so as Jean-Baptiste Point du Sable Heritage Association take the stand to bring about real results, we applaud them, we stand behind them, and we say that without struggle there can be no progress. Those who profess to favor freedom without the hardship, the fight, the difficulties, I mean, you want something for nothing. And we think that Jean-Baptiste Point du Sable provides the leadership that we need to move forward. So I thank you one more time for allowing me to speak. When it's there, move closer to the stage. I knew I had to cut down my speech, but thank you very much. Appreciate you.
All right, stay right. Once again, let's give a round of applause for the Honorable Judge Jean-Baptiste. We really appreciate it. And we have one more thing that we'd like to present to you. Our President Ezer has an award to present.
Well, do you know what kind of trouble I would be in by pulling a judge, you know, out of stage? You know what kind of charge I would be facing? Aggravated assault? Well, spare me that. Come on, Judge. So we have a plaque for our keynote speaker, Judge Lionel Jean-Baptiste. In acknowledgement of your distinguished service to the community, thus exemplifying the legacy of Jean-Baptiste Point du Sable, to DuSable Heritage Association, March 5th, 2022. Judge?
Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, and we deeply are honored to have you here as our keynote speaker. Thank you so much, Your Honor. And it's one thing, as he mentioned, that we must continue to support Haiti. As we stand here and watch the developments happening in the Ukraine, we stand side by side with the refugees over there as they go through that onslaught. But also let's remember that Haiti has suffered as well through an assassination of our president, through also an earthquake, and also displacement. You know, we must stand strong with Haiti as well. So hopefully we can have a perfect and utopian society in Haiti. So don't ask me if I've been drinking, but that's my dream. So thank you so much. At this moment, as we are closing this evening, I will invite back up the president of the DuSable Heritage Association, Mr. Ezer Kontave. Yes, sir?
Thank you all. I have a few other plaques to give out, and please bear with me. It's going to take a few seconds for me to complete my speech. Yes, in fact, you've been here long enough to endure another speech. I tried to write up something yesterday, and today I said, you know what? I'm tired. I'm just going to say a few words, off the cuff, and then we'll see how that goes. But what a crowd What a display of diversity. I think that's something that DuSable would have been proud of. This is what he established in his community, in his settlement. You know, people from diverse backgrounds. And we can tell that Chicago was a city that was born to be diverse. Chicago is the offspring of the black Haitian and the Potawatomi woman. How diverse can that be? So DuSable, and so Chicago is all about diversity. And but I'm just going to stop here and then and acknowledge some people and thank all of you for being here tonight and for showing this commitment to the cause that DuSable was so instrumental in advancing the cause of understanding among different cultures. This is what we are all about. We are all different, but we have to find a way to be together. He is the man who bridged up differences. This is part of his legacy. That's what. So thank you all. So thank you for the university for hosting this event. So thank you, Professor Dr. Rhea and Ballard Thrower for representing the Chancellor, and thank you for your hospitality. Thank you for the sponsors. I mean, we have many of them to thank. I mean, the Consulate of Haiti, the Bordeaux, Rilco, Related Midwest. So all of them have contributed to the success of this evening. I need to thank the Coalition of Asian American organizations in the Chicagoland area for their support, for their help running this show. We need to acknowledge the contribution of partners such as the University of Illinois at Chicago, the Illinois Institute of Technology, and Lake Forest College, who is represented here by Dr. Desmond Odugu and Professor Courtney Pierre-Joseph, whom I always call the DHA board member for life. So all of you, so thank you for your support for DHA, and I would be remiss not to acknowledge the presence of the Indian Center. I think I massacred the name of your organization. Andrew Johnson is here. If you can, wave so people to see. Okay. All right. Okay. And I want to acknowledge somebody from the Streeterville Association, SAW, which is Gail Spring. Okay. And Andrew Johnson, no, which I did already, but Dennis Dowd. Okay, so thank you for your presence. Okay, thank you for your support. Okay. And so I think I have concluding my remarks. I'm sorry, I am so tired. I can't really find words to put and to thank you from the bottom of my heart. And Judge Jean-Baptiste, I mean, you were a trooper. The moment I asked you if you would like to be our keynote speaker, you said, okay, I have no other choice. I have no choice. I got to do it. So thank you for that. And Professor Ron Henderson, when I asked them, okay, to present something on DuSable Park, this question was not, okay, whether I could do it. He said, so was that, how high do you want me to jump? I said, okay, this is okay. And Starla, what a spectacle. That was very illuminating, your performance. You opened our eyes on the plight of the Native Americans, their story, their struggles, and all that, which in some ways, are similar to our struggle. So thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. Okay, all right. So good. Thank you so much. And with your indulgence, I'd like to take a few moments to give a plaque to one of our presenters, Professor Ron Henderson. Thank you so much. So this is from DHA. So thank you for your fruitful collaboration between Illinois Institute of Technology and DuSable Heritage Association. Okay. Thank you. And last but not least, I give you Starla Thompson. so Starla also responded very quickly to my request for her contribution to this gala. She really she was enthusiastic. She couldn't wait. So this is something I got to do. And thank you so much, Starla, for this, for your contribution to the success of our 16th annual benefit gala. Thank you, Starla. Okay. This Miigwech. This Miigwech. Remember that. Okay. Miigwech. Okay. Miigwech. Miss, thank you. Thank you. Okay. Bye-bye.
Once again, let's give a round of applause to the president of the DuSable Heritage Association, Mr. Etzer Contal. Thank you so much for your vision and your leadership and this wonderful event. Well, as we are closing this event, I want to say thank you to everyone that has been able to come here in person and virtually as well. We really appreciate your support, and hopefully you have fun. You learned something new tonight. And I got one more. If you're Haitian, how about that? All right? Oh, we got one more. We have one more.
No, I think I'd be remiss not to acknowledge the work of the DuSable Board of Directors. Oh my goodness. That was phenomenal, the job that they put in. It was, I don't have words to describe what we went through. Please, help me acknowledge the chair of the committee, the chair of the gala committee. Nicholas. Okay. So Nick, the gala wouldn't have been possible without you, without your input. Thank you, the chair of the gala committee, Nicolas Paul.
Thank all of you for being here, but I can't take credit for it. because we have Franz here, which is our audio person from the gala, who has been here since 8 o'clock in the morning working. And we have a wonderful crew back there. You probably don't pay attention. Those two gentlemen, Valerio and Gary Altidore, has been here since this morning as well to do the virtual part of our event. So it takes a whole village. It's not just one of us. So we thank you for being here. And Dr. Pierre, which is our founder of DHA, we always, go back to him. Whenever we need help, we got to go back to our founder. So that Dr. Serge Pierre-Louis, Franz Dossou, and our MC, which is travel from Michigan to make it here with his lovely wife, which is, we thank you guys.
And yes, but before we go, we want to acknowledge one of our members. She's not present tonight, but she was a force to be reckoned with. She's unfortunately in Florida for the passing of her cousin. She could not be here, but she was pivotal to what we're able to achieve tonight. Her name is Catherine Auguste Dauphin. So we miss her dearly. And we have an intern from Lake Forest that we need to acknowledge, McKenna Anderson. So if you can stand up, it's got to be very so instrumental. Okay. Yes, right, okay. And as I said before, our board member for life, Courtney Pierre-Joseph, who always one phone call away,
and
one
this
text
will
away,
conclude
one email
our
away
broadcast
to jump
of the event tonight. Beautiful event, and it is the end, ladies and gentlemen. Those of you watching, still watching until this time, thank you again for tuning in, for staying with us until this hour late. Again, one more time, please support the association of the DuSable Foundation. That was their 15, I should say. C'est la 15e édition de ce gala dîner. Et encore une fois, il faut applaudir cet effort. Un effort immense de vouloir garder l'héritage de Jean-Baptiste DuSable bien vivant de la ville de Chicago. From the University of Illinois at Chicago, Tele was here, live, bringing you this event live from the morning we were here setting up until now, where we are about to sign off from our broadcast and our live stream. Once again, thank you for watching. Thanks to all of you. Thanks to Gary Altidore, who is right hand here, who made it happen. Thanks to all of you watching. Thanks to you, the viewers. Thanks to Barbara back in New York, watching, supporting, and all of you watching, especially, I should say, spécialement, il faut le dire, Marie-Denise, qui t'a fait plein pour te venir. Marie-Denise, tu voulais venir, mais on pas arrivé à make it. But you were able to live this event virtually grâce à Téléimage, n'est-ce pas, Marie-Denise? Merci pour ça, merci Marie-Denise, merci tous les autres et toutes les autres qui étaient branchés. Bonsoir tout le monde. From the University of Illinois at Chicago, Tele signing off for this live broadcast.
with the students